Michigan, Arizona, Washington, Mississippi, and Canada all have won. So Minnesota and Missouri dominating this gold bracket field.
Canada had 4. That's in the main.
In the main bracket.
Who was the Canadian in the main? We got to figure that out.
Yeah, we need to double check that.
Tim Glenn did not. Is Putz playing yet? I don't believe he is, but we'll check in on Putz for you as well. Boy, these brackets are moving quickly.
Hey, we're going to have to go with that echo because I can't, I'll try when we're sitting next to you, but it's way too loud. How bad was the echo? Because when I listened to it yesterday, there was no...
The one we had yesterday, or the one we had that he's talking about is brutal.
Well, I can barely hear you.
Well, then we can't. Yesterday,
well, I'm just saying, when you have other players on there. All right, it looks like our sound is good. So can you guys hear us clearly?
Test.
Test.
Okay. All right, let's see. This match is Jeff Lannon versus John Jansa.
Machine 3, Evan Gossett, Adrian Westergren.
A little Illinois on Illinois action. I hear Evan Gossett and Wes are going to be playing on the loser's side.
That should be a good match.
That's a very good match.
You know, a lot of pressure on Evan as a top qualifier with 144 yesterday. Playing.
He doesn't want to go 0-2.
Absolutely not.
Does not want to go 0-2. He's had a rough stretch of match play at tournaments.
Luke Nelson,
so clearly he's playing well.
Nelson and Bernhardt on 12.
But it just hasn't come together in match play yet. On the silver side of the bracket right now, Al Jazzy moving on. Looks like a DNF in there. Is that what I saw?
Who did he play? I did not.
A little Stephen Cook.
Okay.
Little DNF maybe just to start the day.
DNFs are running wild today in the silver bracket. We're not really sure why. Little too much Vegas.
A little too much fun.
Vegas is hitting the players hard, it seems.
Yes. That's an interesting shot here in terms of lining yourself up to be pointed. This is a good look here with backspin.
That's actually probably the best look I've seen in a handful of games on this hole.
It's a good shot.
Joe Macera, Gavin Heron on 10.
Interesting, John, with a little bit farther to the right, but same type of approach shot here.
Good shot.
I thought that was going in for a second.
You guys have questions? Fire them in the comment section. Let us know. We'll keep you updated on the bracket and what's going on. Oh, this is an interesting. Well, we'll lay up.
Is that an 8-5 driver?
It would appear to be.
Well, it looks like Jeff might be contemplating getting a leg up here if he can get that driver low enough to get around the trees and skip off the water.
That's a long way with the 15 in his face.
Absolutely, but if he goes back up to that, his other driver, it had him up there pretty close to the green. You might be able to cut that, but that's a real precision shot that absolutely Jeff can do. But with this being the loser side of the bracket, that's that's a potential game changer here.
Oh, that's a great shot. Wow, he hammered that.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I can't believe he got over.
I'm not surprised he got over, but I'm very shocked that he did not catch any of those trees going with that approach.
So that'll probably be a chip or a tough putt, but that's a good situation to be in.
Oh, but that, that actually should be puttable down 2, right 5, but. Oh, wow. Missed it a little bit to the right.
That came out clean.
See, he put roll on it, and he rolled right past it. I bet John has to be breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, that is a win for him. So Chris Thorbrogger now playing Andy Fox. So Andy Hos, Andy Fox, and he's 1-0, not too shabby. There's some big scores, although we saw some early struggles yesterday. You're seeing some really, really big scores in the bracket right now. I'm going to repost that for you guys just so you have it. What's up with Eddie G and Demco? You know what? We can check in on that here shortly for you guys. I can tell you.
High 8 wood on this whole 16 par 3.
Demco, they're on hole 16.
Mike Jager, Paul Taylor.
I'll tell you what. Let's try and switch over there. Switch to Eddie G and Demco.
All right, looks like, yep, we're good. We've got Eddie G and Mike Demco right now. Ironically, in the same hole 17. Eddie G with 24 right now.
This isn't a bad look at all. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets real close. Oh, I jinxed him.
That's a bad.
That's a Kramer jinx.
Bad. Well, but here's the thing, though. It looks like he's up 1 stroke on hole 17 against Mike Demco. But this is major for Mike. If he can get this near the green and have a putt. But this is a lot of pressure on Mike to after seeing Eddie G's shot go far.
Oh, that's good. That's safe.
That's safe. Now here's the thing: he ties it unless Eddie G sinks this putt, this chip. That's.
And he's got to be a little conservative here too, because.
With a down 9 green, if you hit that too hard, you are. Yeah.
No, it's gonna miss left. All right. So, barring a biff here, we've got ourselves all square going into
18, which 18 in the par 5 is not easy by any means, depending on how the wind plays.
All right, so we are all square going into Sandy here with Ed Godfrey.
If you're not playing in a match, please be very careful not to bump into people that are.
That's not a bad look.
No, that's 16-mile-an-hour wind, depending on. That actually sets up.
That's not bad at all. I mean,
No, that's-
it's 16, but
It looks like they both got out past the trees, and so that's
got to go. Oh,
I think. Ooh,
that's good.
I think you should be all right. Now, Eddie
This
G's
is
got to
a-
be careful
yeah,
with
this
that
is a
10-5
tough shot.
driver.
That's got to sit.
Oh no! Wow.
Oh, so there's that. All right, Mike Demco. That's a big win, and another upset. Would you say?
Absolutely. Mike Demco with the eagle putt on 18 to defeat Eddie G.
Yep. So 27-26. We'll bounce around now to another game. Oh, we got a sudden death, it looks like, with Jeff Lannon and John Jansen. Same course. A lot of Sandy love early on. So sudden death, the format, by the way, we'll go over the format here. It's 32-man double elimination match play. It is basically best score wins at the end of the round. Great shot points really don't matter. If you're tied after 18 holes, you go to sudden death. And the rules for sudden death, and this is a beautiful look for sudden death. Oh man, is the first stroke gained wins or lost. I mean, it's no other way to put it.
Yeah,
you get an eagle.
As soon as somebody messes up and drops a stroke, the game's over for them.
Or holing out, you'll see a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
So,
especially with these this gold bracket, these top players, a lot of these matches end in hole outs versus a drop stroke.
All right, so the strategy in sudden death is really interesting. Is you want to be aggressive, but overly aggressive can ruin you can end your day.
You know, and we just saw that with Eddie G. And Eddie G wasn't even really being that aggressive in his match. But it's, at the slip of a trackball, especially in sudden death, your game can be over right away.
So it's a nervous thing playing in sudden death too, because if you're playing one of these guys, you kind of know that every shot has a chance to go in, and that's a really nerve-wracking feeling.
As Eminem says, knees weak, arms are heavy, and that's exactly what.
I can't believe that actually just made it on the live stream.
I know.
I cannot.
I thought of it and I had to go for it.
I can't. That's a first, and that's our first Eminem name drop there.
On machine 2, I need
all right,
Paul Luna,
so
now if you came to this Golden Tee World Championship live stream thinking that there wasn't going to be an Eminem reference, you were sadly mistaken.
So we look at the brackets. On the gold side, Andy Fox gets by Chris Thorbrogger, so he's 2-0 on the day, and it looks like right now the only player who is 2-0 in our gold bracket at the moment. The winner of Luke Nelson and Brian Birdhart. Luke Nelson.
Wow.
That was almost it.
That
was
almost
famous.
A one-hop bounce right in. Now, this is where I think the 10-5 could really be helpful. Oh, that wind did not help at all.
Not a bad line. All right, so we're still in sudden death here. And again, for those who are just catching in, sudden death rules are don't lose a stroke or gain a stroke. So a hole out is good. A hole in one is going to probably, for most matches, give you a win. Although we've seen situations where guys, I think we saw it recently with Andy Hos and Paul Luna, where they both hold out on hole one of teal to prolong a match. I mean,
that's a beautiful shot by John Jansa. That's set up. With this open look from the tee box, you can go multiple ways, and it looks like both these guys are going to go high woods over.
On machine 14, Greg Smith and Mount.
Ooh.
On machine 9, Al Zarell, Chris Longino.
17 through 32 of silver.
On machine 8.
Taking a look at that chip that John Jansa just made, it's barely in the rough, but that's
still
a lot of pressure.
Knee.
Because
Yeah,
you need to
kind
play
of a knee
that
knocker.
very, very softly, and that's where you see a lot of these players make mistakes. When they change up their game and they don't chip as quick as they normally do, it's where you see mistakes come out.
All right.
I don't know. I do not like the setup on the whole 5-par 3.
Joe Massara, also 2-0 in the winner's side, with a 27-25 win over
Looks like
Gavin
he
Herron.
beat Tom Payne and Gavin Herron.
Yep.
Wow.
So this is not a great look here, but
wow.
Still one you think you could hopefully get close.
Both these guys, I think they expected that 9-mile-an-hour wind to carry a lot more, and it just seemed to die off towards the end.
So not a bad look here either.
So far, these
high tee
through
driver,
the first 6 holes, it's been
very comfortable.
Yeah.
Somebody can get this close. Somebody should get this close.
Yeah, that pin tucked in, that bottom left corner right there. I think if not a hole out, you're going to see some shot points on this hole.
Yes, this is a losers bracket game. I don't like saying losers bracket; it sounds so mean. But yes, basically, this is let's call it an elimination game. Doesn't that sound cleaner?
It does.
But yeah, it is a losers.
If only George Carlin was alive to make fun of that name.
It is a loser. That's a good shot there. It is a losers bracket game.
No offense to John, but I don't know. This looks like it might be a good shot for. Ooh.
Those are great setups.
I think that's a 6'0" right there. That should have been shotties. Oh, my prediction of great shot points on this hole was wrong.
This finds Stu Fox. Stu, where are you?
Now, this isn't a terrible look either, but it could be a longer putt. And in sudden death, that's tough. It gets a little tougher.
You got to be. John right now is probably wishing that he had a 6-wood to go over, but
that's not bad. That's a good shot.
Got a lot of spin out of that.
If you guys have questions, by the way, if you want updates on matches, some of the players you're following, whoever, just post them in the comment section here on YouTube. Share this link around with people. We're going to be here all afternoon. We'll talk to some players. We'll do some different things, and we'll kind of update you throughout the afternoon what's going on. Let's take a look at the bracket while we do here, while he mulls over this shot. Mark Stenmark, Enzo playing right now. Anthony Johnson, David Duncan is a good match.
Ooh.
Very
Not a
good.
bad shot with that 9-wood.
Now this is a little right too with some, that's a good, no pressure there. So we are now approaching the turn in sudden death. I can tell you, having I played a sudden death match against Andy Hos a few years ago. I think we made it to the 13th hole. Mentally, it wears you down because you're sweating every single shot.
Oh, shot points right there for John. Close shot.
I think this is going to be close. In fact, I'll call my shot. I think this goes in.
Well, that's...
No. Swing and a miss. All right, so the turn here, 9th hole, we're approaching the turn. Again, another pretty manageable win, not an easy green.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on where that pin is.
Exactly.
If that pin is in the left, bottom left, that could be a tough shot with those woods.
Yeah, that's a longer shot with the wind.
Yeah. You know, and you got to wonder if Jeff is putting the pressure on himself right now, because this is the same type of shot that he had on hole 18, and he.
Hi, Dave Rhodes, checking back in.
Good to see you.
BCS758 asks, is silver single a limb? It is single a limb, which is a little bit different feel. There ain't no room for error now.
Absolutely.
When
there's this kind of money at stake.
Yeah, top prize in that is $1,500. So. You can make some money even though you missed the cut.
Please try to pay attention when I call the matches out.
What's up with my St. Charles boys, Gossett and Luna? Well, Michael, Evan lost his first game, which was a bit of a surprise, we'll say. And I believe Paul Luna is still clean. Let's go check out the bracket here. We'll do a little refresh.
This is a beautiful setup on 10. Not the easiest, but you don't have to worry about those trees playing a factor as much, especially with that left to right wind.
No, I'm sorry. Paul Luna went down as well to Anthony Johnson.
Anthony Johnson, a home edition owner.
So you've got your top 3 favorites, I'll say, losing in the opening matches. It shows, I think, the quality of the field.
And that anything can happen when it comes to match play.
That's unbelievable, though.
Ooh.
Machine 3, Mike Johnston, Matt Kay on 3. Mike Johnston, Matt Kay on 3.
Now this is not a tough putt. Down to right to 35 feet. John sank it, but when you're in match play and you're in overtime, sudden death, where any stroke, any mess up can cost you a game and a lot of money at this World Championship, you have to be careful and not let your nerves take over. Oh. John Janza flirting with the water a little bit more than I think he was trying to do there. That 12-mile-an-hour wind.
There were some uh-ohs in the booth. Wow.
Now, I don't know how he normally plays out this hole, but I wonder, he looked like he was going to try for those small islands and lay up, but he went to the rough. I just feel like there's too much water around those islands to go for that shot, so I think a good decision by Jeff Landon to go to the left there and kind of just push it in.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we're watching sudden death. So first hole out here wins the match. John Jansa and Jeff Landon, both Illinois players, both on the loser's side of the bracket. That's one of those chips you talk about.
Yeah, but you know, he might be able to putt that. I don't know if you want to try that in match play, but.
By the way, people are wondering why Jeff turned left there. We'll give this chip a little love. Okay, no problem. Ooh. You'll see players on uphill putts, straight putts, turn left or right with the trackball because there can be some subtle breaks. They'll see if there's a right one or a left one on either side.
Oh, yeah.
And believe it or not, they're that fine with it where they're trying to figure out if it will still have a slight lean one way or another.
You know, and I always thought that these guys, when I first met them, 6-7 years ago, I thought these players were crazy and spending too much time doing that. But I got to tell you, it saved me plenty of strokes in these tournaments over the years by going left one, right one, and just kind of double-checking that slope. And not an easy look here, but not a tough look either.
It's a good shot.
Having that wind blowing out kind of really helps the cut shot ability.
On machine 16.
This is a grind. This is a grind. Yes. A lot of easier looks, so not a ton of risk involved, but you've got a stretch of holes here, I think, where that's going to.
No, this, again, not a bad look. You just have to be careful hitting it right to play that wind. Ooh, wow.
Good shot.
Good shot there.
So Jeff Harlow drops a 30 under to beat Sean Gervais, 30-29. Sean Gervais fires 229s and goes 0-2. I'm telling you, it is, no one runs worse in match play than Sean. He's run into some monsters. So 229 unders, and he's out of the Worlds just like that.
Yeah, and depending on the course, that's the 29, 28 is par on most of these courses. 29 a handful of them, but this is a good look here in 14. If this was not match play, I guarantee you both these players would go for that. Yeah. This is a beautiful look. But you got to remember, Jeff has I believe he has a 10-5 driver, which gets high in the air a little bit more. I think he's going for it. Look at this. He's going for it. He's ending, in his mind, he's ending the match right now. Wow.
That's a good shot.
Not
that's a good chip.
That's a chip,
yeah,
but he has a chance to chip in for double eagle.
And this is not easy either,
no,
by the way.
That does not surprise me that he went with that. That was a beautiful look.
Hi, Butch Cooper. Good afternoon to you. Dave Sandmeyer says that Kevin sucks at slot machines.
Hey, man, we went strong yesterday off of $20 for hours. But good to see that you're alive and kicking, my friend.
All right. This is the chip. He makes this.
This is for the win.
Oh,
just
burned it.
Just on the right side,
Wow.
up on the right side there. But you can hear the O's, and not sure if you guys can hear it, but a handful of O's out in the crowd who thought that had a chance of sinking.
All right.
And
we trudge forward here.
The trek goes on.
Yeah, 229s and out in the comments section. That's just brutal. I mean, I can't get over that. All right, we've got another layup here. Not a great look.
But after the last hole, I wonder how he's going to play this. It looks too deep. That wind is a bit much. 379 yards from the hole. Yep, and Jeff laid up. A good choice there.
It's not a great look. It's not a ton of green to work with.
But I hope that John has the 5-bird as well, because that's a perfect low loft club. Kind of just drop it right in there. And he's set up too close there.
You got to hit this hard,
Yeah.
because otherwise
Kinda
you risk
surprised
that.
that he did not. I would have put a roll on that and kind of punch it up.
Oh boy, this is a tough one.
Ooh.
Good chip.
I mean, you got to realize for these players watching at home, when you're out at your local establishment or at your house playing, that might not seem like a tough chip for you, but when there's $10,000 on the line, you've got to be careful.
Has Sean Gervais left and just walked out and walked into the desert after the luck he had?
I'm not sure. Either that or he's stopping at one of the fine casinos out in Las Vegas to play away some of his winnings and make some money.
David Key, Chris Brewer on 11.
John with a beautiful cut shot on the par
Cam,
316.
we'll have some more information on the player cams here soon. Right now, we're still kind of just toying back, match to match here, and we'll kind of continue to progress as we get deeper.
Oh!
My goodness!
Wow.
Can't even finish the sentence.
Wow. Jeff Lannon with another close shot, almost rolling right over the hole. Well, I got a little scared there. The way John pulled back his putter, down 9, left 5. I thought he had a chance of rolling over there.
All right, so I am checking in on Lance Harris, and we're good. We don't need to switch. I'm just doing some play-by-play here. Lance, who's played exceptionally well.
Bad shot, bad tee shot by John on,
All right.
on 17. The wind did not factor in.
No, that was hammered. That was really hammered. Well, that's going to be, a chip like that, though, at least you kind of know, depending on what happens here, that you got to make it. Okay. Great shot.
Yeah,
Great shot.
And this is not, with the way that rough runs in on this hole 17, that's not. Oh.
All right. That
Good run by John
That should
Jansa.
do it. John Jansa, heck of a game. 17.
On machine 1, Robert Brown, Kevin O'Connor on 1.
I don't blame him for taking his time. You never know. You never know.
This is a deep slope.
And not even going to use the word, that R word, that downhill putts. We're not even going to say it. Yeah, so there you go. Great game,
Jeff Lannon
guys.
Beats John Jansa.
Whoa,
Wow.
whoa.
And
we go right in. Oh, I wanted to see a replay. I believe that was Lance Harris. Yeah, so Lance Harris doing some good work. Was down 3 heading into that shot and picked one up here. So Lance, welcome to the live stream, sir.
That's Ryan, and he's playing Ryan Torkelson. Ding dong.
Ryan has had a really nice showing yesterday. Not a name that we talked about a lot. That's a really good player.
Oh, wow, this is
probably
probably one of the most straight shots I've seen at this hole. Brian Bernhardt with another victory, and I believe is Brian another one added to the list of 2-0 here?
Brian Bernhardt.
And Brian Bernhardt with that victory over Luke Nelson plays Andy Fox.
So you're undefeated right now.
That's a good match. I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
Brian Bernhardt, Andy Fox, Joe Massara, and Scott Kokel.
Scott Kokel is on the run here, and he plays the winner of Enzo Polidormi and Mark Stenmark. And Mark Stenmark, again, for those that didn't catch our stream yesterday, Mark was out of the game for a couple months working on his education, and as you could tell from these matches today, and we thought this, he has not missed a beat. Not missed a beat at all. And I don't think
he's playing great.
I don't think anybody
I
expected
talked to him
from
last
Smart.
night, and actually he said he was in the qualifier, which he played great in. He said he just kind of avoided chipping. That's what he said his biggest concern is, because he hasn't played. He says the shot making for a guy like that is natural.
Oh, yeah.
He knows the courses.
He's got thousands and thousands.
And he's walking up here, which I think is probably a good sign. We're sitting at the Tournament Central.
So,
he's getting a fist bump.
He's getting the fist bump. It looks like Mark Stenmark is now 2-0, and he will play.
Let's refresh here.
Let's just double check the refresh this real quick. He will play Scott Kokel.
So,
And that's another name we don't hear. Oh,
good shot.
another name we don't hear a lot of. That's for him to go 2-0. That's a good match.
That's a very, very good
by
start.
him.
Nice start, Mark. You're welcome. Mark plays with headphones on. We're just talking about you. Good things.
We're
only
talking
good,
about
only
how you
good
doubted
things.
yourself this entire weekend, and here we are.
So I will say this: this is a surprise. This is coming off a tournament in St. Louis that was a lot of shakeups. We are there and then some so far.
Oh yeah, if you look at the qualifier yesterday and match play today on both sides, it's there are some shakeups.
All right, so hole 18. Oh, great. All right.
So let's see these tee shots here, and then we're going to switch over, I believe, to OT.
That's a good-looking shot
Oh,
there.
ooh.
Wow, very nice.
It looks like you got a little bit of backspin on that.
All right, so we're gonna bounce around here. It's right now. It's action is fast and furious here,
Which is great. The players they're anxious. They wanna get down and dirty to the. Oh wow!
Oh,
Wow! That is a
God.
game changer. King,
Wow.
we're gonna have to stick on this one for a few more seconds. This is a game changer.
So
right in
Lance,
a water shot. Too aggressive with that 17-mile-an-hour wind and the high tee.
wow.
Now,
Cam goes. Mark is on fire. He is on fire. He looks
oh
loose.
no! Wow, that almost went over the ledge. That would have been a game ender right there.
All right, so Lance gets the eagle.
Wow. Wow, that's.
Holy cow.
Wow.
So Lance Harris
Lance Harris with
the
the comeback.
two-shot rally.
Down 3 strokes.
Holy cow.
A couple of holes.
Harley,
Wow.
That's
That's
unbelievable.
That's a testament to something he won. Yeah, he won.
That's
He won.
yeah, Lance Harris.
He won on 18. Ryan watered it.
All
He
right,
missed his chip.
we're going to bounce around
Wow,
now.
Lance Harris with a wonderful
Oh,
comeback
so
victory.
Paul
And now it looks
Luna
like we're playing-
in sudden death here. Paul Luna and let's go to the bracket. And Will Sandstead.
This may be
So again, Paul Luna, maybe to some the second favorite in this playing for his tournament life.
I do not know how that's
And also,
to go.
not just playing for his tournament life now, but facing a shot where, I mean, this is a great look. That's going to miss right.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
right.
Luna was close. This
Call
close.
for 2, looking at a birdie. Call for 1, ready to putt. Walking away with a birdie. Call for 1, has honors. That's a great start. Ready at the tee. It's call for 2.
Now this sudden death match here, so far a couple easy looks.
It's in the fairway.
Nobody's
In the
sank
fairway.
a shot
Call
though.
for 1.
But Luna right here with the 150 yards of the pin and a 5-iron 2-mile-an-hour wind. This is the type of shot you see Luna making very often, especially in match play.
Yeah, no, he's these shots you just don't feel good about playing him. But
She'll be
and
happy
for
with
him
this.
that's
Call
not a
for
great
2.
effort. It's not. I mean,
No.
because everything when you play against him, it's just.
And if this goes to
Ooh, good shot.
It hit right
if
by
this
the
goes
pin.
to the first
Call
drive
for
of
1
par
for
4,
birdie.
that look could be pretty nasty,
two
depending on
on
how
the
far
green.
up you are in the box, having to shoot under or around trees.
I realize I sound like Johnny Miller, who's like so negative. I don't want to be that negative golf commentator guy.
Oh no, absolutely.
But Paul, it is amazing playing against Paul. It is like
Next up.
such a demoralizing
Next up, it's
feeling
golf for
because
2.
every ball you feel like is going to go in. And look, Will is playing great, and a guy that's been around a long time played really well yesterday. This is just again another testament to the quality of the field that you have matches like this so early in the tournament.
and this is exactly what we want to see in a world championship match play. $10,000 on the line, and not only that, the ability to have your face created it, 3D modeled, and put in the game.
Yeah, we got to
for
film them
players
right
around
after
the
this.
world. Absolutely. We're on a time crunch here, so we're going to get
The winner is going to buy some shots,
Two.
do some shots, and then we're going to take him outside, and we have one of our artists here. They're going to just take pictures of him for about 30 minutes
Absolutely.
to get it
Hopefully
right.
they don't do too many shots because that would be a very interesting player head model for Golden Tee 2018.
Yeah, that's, believe us, that last year that was an experience with Andy Hos and his friends who were enjoying the moment. I'll say that.
Well, and here where there's 64 players, and you know how if you've never been to a tournament, when it gets down to the final match, it gets intense for not only the players, but also for not only for the players, but also for the spectators. I mean, there's a lot of motion. All these guys here are friends. Wow, Paul Luna almost around the edge of this hole 5, par 4. Not a bad look at all.
I don't like this hole.
I always get the look where I'm shooting under some trees with a low driver and I end up in the sand.
Yeah, it's not ideal, although these guys have no issues with it. All right, so another update here on the winner's side. Clint Grover, also another guy who's moving on the bracket. Clint Grover and Joe Massara, a great match coming up. As we look at Luna get real close, but never really had a chance to go in. Great.
Paul Luna again, both of these guys with close shots on this par 3. So we do a little rearranging over here. You know, I wonder if Paul Luna feels any pressure on himself. All these close shots, nothing's falling in for him.
I think he just feels pressure too because he's expecting to win. I mean, he's the guy that, you know, we're expecting him to do exceptionally well, you know, and he's expecting to do exceptionally well. But, you know, that's part of the difficulty of it and part of the difficulty of this tournament.
You know, and I got to ask, you know, Will, it looks like he's playing with headphones in.
Do you ever play with headphones in?
I've tried it. You know, I get that Hulk Hogan theme song going, and I kind of just want to run around the bar and body slam people. So it doesn't really help my Golden Tee game.
But it helps you body slam people.
Oh, absolutely. I could jump off tables and people don't look at me that weird.
I'm going to say it gives us a run, even though it's not a great shot for it.
No, that's a good, ooh.
Kramer jinx.
Hey, but he got a lucky hill bounce. That could have bounced the wrong way. All right, so we are tied up after 7 holes of sudden death here.
So Lance Harris is undefeated.
On Pine Coast.
David Duncan and Anthony Johnson are looking. It looks like we have some images of Luna now as well, looking wonderful.
Machine 15, Evan Gossett, Ryan Torkelson.
Very nice addition, Mr. King.
Ooh.
Not bad. Good shot. Two good shots.
For a second, I thought he was going to hit the pin on that one.
So, once again, another sudden death match.
And look at Luna's shotties, 36,000.
Yep.
He is just all up and in and around the hole, but he's not gone in yet.
Yeah, and this is a tougher look, just to get it really close.
Wow.
Right
that
next
was
to
a very nice cut by Paul Luna there.
All right, so your undefeateds right now as we switch to a new hole. Brian Bernhardt versus Andy Fox. Joe Massara, Clint Grover. That's a great match.
Clint Grover is another one of those guys that we don't talk enough about.
No, we will, though.
Oh, yeah. He loves to have fun, but when it comes to match play, he's been getting up there the last year or two. He's been stepping up his game out in Rockford, Illinois.
So this is an interesting hole. And obviously here, you're thinking Super Albatross or
No. No, both.
No, sorry. No. Are you all right?
Oh, no. Wow. Will with the water ball. And
So
the
that's
missed
it.
chip.
So That will do it.
And that takes the pressure off Paul Luna, because even if he misses this chip, an eagle putt will do it.
All right, so we are going to go now to another game. Paul Luna staying alive. Let's switch it up here, figure out where we are and what we're doing. Oh, wait. We still have the Luna in the cam. All right, we're going to stay on this machine and get a little bracket update as we do. If I can get this mouse here working. All right, let's do a quick refresher here as we wait for a new game on our streaming machine. Again, Mark Stenmark, Scott Kokel, an interesting match that we've got coming up. Lance Harris undefeated.
Machine 3, Paul Taylor, Luke Nelson.
Hi, Paul.
3.
Nice win.
Paul Taylor, Luke Nelson, Machine 3.
It looks like we're being told that even though Clint Grover is from Rockford, he is officially part of Team Wisconsin.
They're
They are
not
claiming,
letting him go.
They're claiming him as their own. Thank you, Kaylee Co-Productions, for the shout-out.
Yeah.
Yep. We're actually talking about Canada and Tim Glenn right now. So, just to give you guys a quick update, Jeff Lannon.
I'll tell you what. We're going to switch. We're going to go to this game, even though we have the top right corner. We're going to go show some action, even though that the top right corner right now is just kind of an action shot of the bar. So we are live on Jeff Lannon and Gavin Herron, which is a really good match. Again, on the loser side of the bracket. And Lannon, of course, like a lot of great players early on, suffered an early L and is trying to stay alive and now is up 2 strokes, which is not too shabby.
Machine 2, Chris Thorbrogger. Did everybody see the machine numbers on top of the games?
That's a good shot there. All right, so if you're Jeff Lannon here, I think the name of the game really is to now you've got a small lead. You're going to just hit shots.
You're going to play it smart.
Exactly, and that's where these guys are really tough. They're tough all the time, but they're especially tough here when you give them a little cushion. It is a demoralizing feeling knowing that you have to make up 2 shots on a guy like that who's clean through 8 holes. But there's some tough shots coming up.
Yeah,
we saw
and we've seen
17 yesterday, and Teal was a
strokes
mess.
Here. You know, being down, Lance was down 3 strokes at the turn on a previous game, and he won. You know, you've got to play. You got to play every hole when it comes to match play. I've had a lot of bad games in my years, mostly bad games.
Many of them.
I used to beat myself up a lot over a bad
good shot.
And you know, I finally have over these years have learned that these top players. You shoot a bad shot, you're down a stroke or 2. Until you get to 15, 16, 17, 18, you don't play aggressive. You just play your game. You hope for the best, but you can't beat yourself up mentally. When you beat yourself up mentally, that's when you make more mistakes and the lead grows for your opponent.
Yeah, no. When you start chasing, it gets really, really rough. You cannot chase. Although at some point, it feels like you have no other choice but to chase. Silver bracket update while we're there. Stu Fox, Chris Longino, Jeff McClellan, who did quite well in the closest to the bin event the other night, all undefeated. That's single a limb, by the way. So when I say undefeated, they don't have a loss, because if you get a loss, you're out. All right, we got Paul Luna. What you're seeing in your top right corner is Paul Luna and Chris Thorbrogger ready to fire it up, which is a fun game.
You know, we're just going to call their game and this game, and we'll just do it based off their player,
just
their face
just their
expression.
reaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Mixed screen, and we can do that. We'll see what Jeff does here.
And what we might do is we might switch over to Luna's game, and then we'll give you some updates see if the Sandman can gain a few strokes back and tie it up with Jeff.
We're watching a screen, too, of George Von Kay. For those checking on George going on, he's playing right now, I believe, on the loser's side as well. And he is playing Jeff Sutyak.
And it looks like he just lost a stroke,
Yep.
so Jeff Sutyak is up 1 after 15. So, like we were just talking about, this is where George kind of needs to turn up his game, go for those shots you wouldn't always go for, because right now if he plays his typical game, he's down and out.
So, again, Jeff landing there, just a safe shot. Just a shot that is extremely safe. And I think what we're going to do here, while Jeff seems to be in pretty decent control of the match, is we're going to switch over to Chris Thorbrager and Paul Luna. Now, Thorbrager's an interesting guy. Beat Andy Hos in a rematch in the first round, which is a massive upset to me, because Chris, when he's playing, is great, but he just has not been playing. And Paul, with a loss now, has got to maneuver his way through the loser side of the bracket, which is a long, long road.
Haas and Duncan on 7.
Good look for both these players, both within shot point distance.
For those asking about Paul Taylor, he's 1-1. He's in the loser side of the bracket, and he's playing Luke Nelson on that side of the bracket.
Oh,
burning the hole here.
Luna is on. I know Luna has a loss, but if anybody can come back in that loser's bracket, I feel like Luna's got a good run in his hands right now. He, these last couple games we've been watching, has been right over that cup.
This is kind of what we're used to seeing, I think, from him.
On machine 8, Joe Becerra, Clint Rover. On machine 13.
Let's see what else we have going on as we look around a little bit. Mark Stenmark, Scott Kokel just got called. Lance Harris, Tony Johnson just got called.
Looks like Jeff Lannon is up 3 strokes.
Okay, so he's
hole 14, the par 5.
So he's feeling pretty comfortable. But again, 17, things could get weird. Jeff Sutyak just made a long putt against George Von Kay.
Yeah, these two guys are tied up. So George able to get a stroke
sudden
back.
Death for those
sudden
two.
Death for these guys. So we'll keep an eye on that. We may switch back and forth here. That's a good matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a good shot there. So you're watching Paul Luna and Chris Thorbrager on the elimination game. Loser is going to go home. One was the runner-up in the 08 Worlds. One was the runner-up in the last year's Worlds.
Right.
So we're
Very
seeing lots
matchup.
of
and it looks like
those.
somebody has already spilled a drink, and it's only 1:30 out here in Vegas.
Really?
Somebody spilled a drink right behind Paul Luna and Chris Thorbrager.
Really?
So, just quick little mop up there. So that's why the action's kind of.
Should we call somebody out now? We're not going to. We'll
No,
hold off on it.
I would, but I don't know who it is. So
I kind of have an idea.
You.
I'm going to stop. I won't. That seems mean.
Now, for those of you that are watching the stream live from home, if you want to get in some of these games with some of these top players, get to your local watering hole and fire up some games, and you can be playing the same conditions that these guys are, and see how you match up with some of these World Championship finalists.
I think the other thing too is seeing these guys do it. I've heard this for a long time. Oh, they can't possibly shoot 28, 29 under. You're seeing it. You're seeing them standing at the cabinet. You're seeing Paul Luna now. You're seeing the scores live.
You're seeing the shot. You're seeing the cuts they're making.
You're seeing
and some
everything
of
they're
these cuts,
doing.
After all the years that we've been around Gold Tee, I think we can agree we still see some shots that we are shocked at.
Share this link with your friends who just want to learn a shot or two. We're going to hit on all the courses by the end of the day. You'll learn things subtly on a hole or a round or whatever that you didn't know were there. And that's part of the beauty in this, beyond just crowning a champion.
Looks like Mouth won in the silver bracket with a -21.
Oh, God. So he's alive.
Interesting play going on down under.
So, yeah, the silver bracket. Mark McClevich, who I know is disappointed. I talked to him earlier about not making the main, clearly, but in good spirits about it, and knows there's still some money to be made. Is going to try and make a run at this thing. It would not shock me at all if he wins that.
Oh, yeah. Just to give you a quick update, not too much movement on the Jeff Sudiak, George Von Kay game. They're tied after 2. So it looks like they're kind of taking their time in sudden death here. Hogging up those machines.
Todd Penkoff, Brandon Robinson, 11.
If you guys have questions about the matches, about anything Golden Tee related, just let us know. We'll be happy to answer. I think this is a really great match play hole 6 here on Teal, because you can unfortunately run into a situation like that. And Thor's disappointed. I overcut that shot all the time, and when you do that slope down, you're most likely not going to be.
Yeah, you are not getting a lucky gopher save there.
No, so that's a big development. That's an even unlikelier development there. Wow. So clearly, I thought we were going to see a swing and maybe Paul Luna go into kind of his coast mode, but not so fast, my friend.
Ooh.
And a missed chip.
Looked like he caught. It almost looked like he caught a little bit of the rough. It seemed like it kind of died out towards the end.
I'll be honest. I'm looking up right now. I just looked at one of the big TVs here. I'm seeing balls go in the water. I'm seeing missed chips. I just saw another one.
A lot of that in the qualifier too. It's very interesting. It goes to show you that, in this World Championship, qualifier yesterday and match play today, there's a lot of nerves, a lot of money on the line. You guys are fighting. A lot of these guys are close friends, and you're battling your friends for that title of 2017 World Champion. And your nerves get the best of you sometimes. No matter how good or how many games you've played, everyone gets nerves when it comes down to it.
Paul Taylor is up 2 on Luke Nelson here on Sandy on the back 9, early on in the back 9, so they got a long way to go. We'll see how that ends up. But for those asking about Paul Taylor, I know a few of you were.
How did you see that?
I got that big TV.
I have 20/20 vision, and I can't read those numbers. So
I got the big leaderboard came up.
Okay,
because I was trying to read those, and it would not have gone well.
Thank you. That makes me feel
I'm not
myself.
going to pretend to be Superman.
Absolutely.
Butch Cooper, new screen name for Sean Gervais.
So it looks like Lemonades has defeated the Sandman 30-25.
Is that Lannon's second 30? I'm not sure, but he's rolling right now. When he's rolling, when he's cooking, he's a really, really tough guy to beat. So brackets are filling up here now. We've got players who are eliminated. We've got
and for only playing for about an hour or so, this match play is going by pretty quickly.
Moving by quickly, which isn't bad because we have to tear all this stuff down later, which I'm just internally dreading. But I'm not going to think about it. All right, so let's look around the winner's side of the bracket. We're still waiting for some results as we scroll up. Brian Berthart and Andy Fox, Joe Massar, Clint Grover, Mark Stenmark, and Scott Kokel. Again, that's a good one. And then Anthony Johnson, home edition.
That's actually ironic. The top qualifier, or excuse me, not top qualifier, but the top qualifier in January to earn his World Championship spot, Anthony Johnson playing his home edition, and Lance Harris was the top qualifier in prize play for the last couple months.
Lance has been playing really well.
Both these guys top, and Tony Johnson not only is a home edition player, but he's also a live player.
He's been around the block.
He's playing on both sides.
He's been around the block for sure. All right, so Jeff Lannon's, good shot. Jeff Lannon's name just called. He's been one we've gotten to see a lot of today, and we're probably going to see a little bit more. That's a missed putt for Thor. That's to me where you can see that, because when Thor is playing, he doesn't miss anything on any of that. But when you're not, that's what can happen. Yeah, and that's just time on the game.
That's the difference between playing by yourself at a local establishment versus playing against somebody else in match play. There really is a difference. Banging out games, playing by yourself where you're focusing on your score only. When you throw in an opponent, somebody you're sharing the machine with and their score, again, nerves.
A couple of questions. What crosswind speed do they start using the full from Dave Rhodes? That's the full shot is something players do in the daily contest where they'll kind of turn left or right of the hole and ultimately try to give themselves a look by basically hitting a defined shot, an A1 or a straight shot or something like that. I don't really think there's a win that you need to find. If they see a shot that they think will work, they'll attempt it and they'll try and master it. Right?
You know, and I've been doing a lot more of these, ironically enough, in the Golden Tee Lounge playing some Golden Tee 4. And I've noticed that with the use of mulligans, it's great. But going into live, I've been trying a lot more cut shots fulls. And it's really one of those things that I think home edition players have an advantage of because they can play for free at home.
Keep going.
Same contest conditions for a few games, I think, depending on who's playing. And that's really where you can test out your skills, get better, and then go play at the bar and show your skills off against some of these guys.
Okay, so a couple more questions as we got here. Yesterday's interview with the course designer, that's Jim Zielinski, it was mentioned there'll be time-release tee boxes. Do you guys plan on releasing some specifically for next year's Worlds? I'll be honest, we haven't talked about it.
But that's actually
a good
very
idea.
Wonderful idea.
Yeah, so
that could change the game.
Yeah, we don't know when it will be. It will probably be in the spring, which will probably coincide sometime around here. So we will have a better idea what the timing will look like once Jim builds off of them, all of them. But I like it. Ryan Tansey, do you think the new green decks are affecting anyone? I played on one yesterday for this first time. I'll be honest, it has not impacted. I have not heard it. I have not heard it.
You know, I've heard it from a few players who it hasn't really impacted them, but it took a lot of gameplay over Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and early Saturday for them to kind of adjust.
Sure. Yeah, I know.
It seems like the
when you play as
a little bit more.
When you play as much as they do, it's different. I think more so for these guys is these are all brand new games. And breaking in new cabinets, breaking new trackballs, all that can be a little bit different. All right, Paul Luna up one, not in coast mode by any means, but certainly with the stroke advantage feels pretty good about things. George Von Kay, as we check in on a different game, almost just holed out. Some great shotties there, and Jeff Sediak.
And this is still sudden death.
Yeah, still sudden death.
Hole 11 is sudden death, so. A great shot by Jeff as well.
So Thor, by no means not down and out, but if you look at the scores with these guys' handicaps, this is well below what we're used to seeing. All right, so I think we're going to get close here on, I'll say shotties on at least one of these.
I feel like I think Thor's going to make a good run at this.
I'll be honest, I would not use bite. I would go, bite was probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't. I would have clubbed down and just let it roll down. And I think that's what Paul is going to do here with a little bit different club. Yeah. Oh, shotties on at least one. And I don't sound as stupid as I did 25 seconds ago. We're still getting creative names for Sean Gervais' tournament, and we don't even need to make light of it. Sean Gervais went 29 under, and went 0-2. And I don't think that's the first time he's done that. I think this has happened at least once in the last few years. One other time. Played great, just ran into some monster games.
Yeah, and that really has got to hurt for him. If you have bad match play, you can tell yourself, you had a bad game.
You played bad,
but when you play good and somebody else plays better, that's what this World Championship is all about. But that's still tough to take. Dave?
Well, it's like one of those things. You could look at it as a good or bad. Like, it's unlucky, but at least you kind of did what you were supposed to do.
Absolutely. Ooh. And Brian Roski, what are we doing with the machines after Worlds? Well, what we were going to do was stick them in the middle of Vegas Boulevard.
Just give them out like
and
candy.
See what happens. And,
they're sold.
Oh, yeah.
They're all sold.
We've got a lot of excited operators who want to get their hands on these machines.
Thank you to our sales team. Let's see. So let's check in on Sutyak. They are getting a little deeper in their match, still in sudden death, I believe.
Now, this is interesting because
that's a good look.
that's.
And this, by the way, as we're watching both of these screens, I'm watching like 4 screens right now. This is not an easy shot.
No, this is not a good look.
That's pretty good.
For 16, the par 3 on Teal Gardens. And, you know,
this is
Thor's
the
got
stretch of
6
hole.
wood.
Yeah.
That 15-mile-an-hour wind's going to make a difference.
I like this. I like this shot.
You got to hit that 6-wood soft.
I like this shot. I
don't
don't think you have to. That's all. I think you thumb this.
Yeah, but the down 8 slope is the other thing we have to factor into.
Now he pushed it out to be kind of safe, and that's a tricky
I don't think you want
putt.
to push it out that far though.
No, that didn't come back. I don't.
Oh.
All right.
So Thor now down 2 strokes.
All right.
So it looks like Jeff Sayak has defeated George Von Kay in sudden death.
All right. Wow.
And,
lots of sudden death today too.
Absolutely. It looks like Jeff Landon is getting ready for his
It's like
match.
the Jeff Landon show right now.
Absolutely. Now, this look we see here on Teal Garden 17 is almost the same type of look we saw in the qualifier yesterday. Oh, wow, Luna.
Great shot.
That's a great shot. I mean, this is the same type of difficult setup that we saw, slightly different, but a lot of people taking that right shot around.
I saw a lot of people hanging out right
bell.
yesterday, and it did not end well.
Absolutely.
That's
well,
tougher.
he barely
tough.
caught the green. He caught the green at least.
Uh-oh.
And he is.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's now they'll unfortunately this is a layup situation if it's a bad look on 18, and so.
Well, and he's down 3 strokes
yes.
now to Luna.
He had a chance. You hope for a water ball and an eagle,
and
but at this point,
now
it's.
that is not to say that he's down and out because Luna could possibly mess this shot up.
Now he's down and out.
Enzo Polidori on 3.
Now that the problem is. That's 2-stroke going into 18's a deficit you feel like you can erase. But there you go. All right. So
looks like Paul Luna defeats Chris Thorbrogger. Tough loss
now
there.
to Jeff McClellan.
So we are. That is, you're not looking at lemonades in your right-hand corner. You are looking at a live shot of the bar.
Some interesting fun going on in the World Championship. We won't talk about it, but you'll probably see it on Facebook later today.
Greg Kinsler is checking in on the stream.
That's weird. I could have swore. Greg Kinsler, I thought he was supposed to be here.
Hey, my name's Paul. This is between y'all.
No, Kins, we understand. He knows I kid, and we love him, and we miss you
Kins.
out here. But appreciate you joining in and watching the festivities with us.
All right, so we got lots and lots of things going on right now that we're going to try and stay on top of. We've seen a lot of Jeff Lannon today, who's playing well, which is great.
See more of him.
And when you look at where he is now, playing Mike Saras here. This is another losers game, losers bracket game. So each of these guys have 1 loss. So essentially an elimination game. So this is big for them. That's a good shot.
That's a very good shot.
What putter do you use for your character again? What custom putter do you have?
Unfortunately, I'm just rocking the stock.
Why?
Stock putter.
Actually, don't answer that. Just fix it. Trying to sell stuff.
Well, let's talk about that. If I want to get a custom putter, how do I fix it?
Oh, that's a setup there. We have the GT Caddy, which you need to download. We have 98,000 downloads of that Caddy app right now, which is astonishing to me considering you have to be a live player and you should be a live player to use. You download the GT Caddy, you go into the Pro Shop, you can build your own bag, which you're seeing basically everyone here having done. Oof. Well, it could have been worse.
Yes.
And you can design a putter. We got all sorts of changes and cool additions coming next year. So you need to be
also
doing
play
that.
invitational contests through the Caddy app.
Yes.
And some good news people heard yesterday with bumping up the
money
available.
The amount of people, the amount. We got lots of cool changes
you're going to
coming
see a lot
to the
of
Caddy.
big money games through that Caddy app, and that's going to be a good time for a lot of these players at home and at the Worlds here.
So we got requests to go to some matches that are not streamed up at the moment, but we will attempt to bounce around here shortly. We're looking for our streaming expert, Richard King, right now. As we look around a bit, we look at the bracket some more. We'll give you an update on where we stand. Anthony Johnson, Lance Harris, Mark Stenmark, Stott Kokel, Joe Macera, Clint Grover, Brian Bernhardt, Andy Fox, all on the winner's side.
That's a stacked 2-0. That's a stacked winner's side.
Bryant Weger says he misses some putts when he uses the high-performance putters. I think that's an individual issue and not a putter's issue. Just throwing that out there.
Well, it's the same thing when you put that oversized head on yourself, on your player. You sometimes you
champions adjust.
Absolutely.
As my friend Gary Colabona would say, champions adjust. I think he said that. Somebody said that. Not going to touch it.
Oh, man.
Not going to touch it.
Dave, in terms of a schedule, no, not exactly. Right now, we're just we're going through some of the silver bracket matches as well as the elimination, the loser brackets on the winner's side.
Fix the hockey stick so I can change the tape color. A, please would be nice. And B, maybe. We can have different hockey sticks, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Sorry, Ryan. Go Tacos.
We need a taco. We need a taco hat.
Taco hat? Yeah, that'd be fine. I'd be game with that.
I think we're going to have to throw that along.
All right, so as we look around at some of the matches going on, that's a great shot. Ooh, the mouth. A little silver bracket action we can go to here shortly to watch the Mark McClevich. What? What did I miss?
It's the Adam Kramer jinx. He said his name. He watered his tee shot.
How did he water that?
Just,
That's like the. Do we want to go check out a little silver bracket action?
yeah, we could check in really quick.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, we're going to check
So
in.
this is a good. This is a great match, actually. We've got Mark McClevich, who just watered, versus Jeff McClellan. Robert Coate asks about invitationals. Is it possible to potentially add in a certain number of strokes via handicap? And basically that you can control your own handicap. Yeah, this is something we're talking about. It's not something that's necessarily imminent, but it's something that we've absolutely discussed. Michael asks about a mobile game update. Well, I can tell you this, Michael. We are working on it internally. We've kind of rebooted the project, and it's an IT product now. Working a lot on that, and we'll have more information on the release date soon. But it's early, but it is looking really good, and we're really excited about it. McClellan going to take Mouth down is the feedback. Again, single elimination match. I see Mark Stenmark walking up here, which I think is good news for Mr. Stenmark. Yeah, it looks like it. Andy Fox took out Brian Bernhardt, fired a 30 under to a 23. So that was kind of a victory lap.
Probably going aggressive after some holdouts by Mr. Fox.
So Andy Fox is 3-0. Mark Stenmark, who's walking up here, looks like he's 3-0.
No, it's not. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Mouth is just having a rough game here.
Yeah, oh, good chip,
Good
though.
chip, though.
Good chip. It didn't look like he wasted much time to try and get that thing right. I think Desmond's making fun of the way we say Maklevich. Was that you?
Shout out, no.
Was it me?
That was
Maklevich? I say Maklevich.
No, I don't think it was you. I think it was somebody in the comments.
By the way, I've gotten really good at spelling his last name because I've done it so long. Muklevicz. Boom, done. Maklevich.
Can you write it in the air for the studio audience?
I could probably do that. He's and Mark with a C. That's it's like Greg Kinsler.
The C stands for crazy.
Which I did mess up once or twice early on before I started.
Craig Kinsler?
Craig. That's a typo, but Greg, the appropriate Graig. Greg. Stenmark 3-0 indeed.
All right, so we're gonna switch back over a little bit and check in on some of our gold bracket matches really quick. So Jeff Lannon is up one stroke after hole 13. Jeff is making a good run here. Struggled a little bit earlier, but he's been playing hot.
He has been. Lot of Jeff Lannon.
I think we need to just stop talking about these players because when we talk about them, they're hitting some weird shots.
Yeah, I've jinxed a few players already, which is fine.
But I think I like this shot by Jeff.
Yeah, this should get close. Well, that's some feedback in the room. Greg Kinsler says Fox was his pick, and Desmond wants to reiterate that he's making fun of me, not you.
Oh, wonderful. Good to hear.
That's a first. Bryant, log off. All right, so we're progressing here. Who knows?
So Jeff's still holding on that lead here, going through hole 14 right now.
I think Jeff Sudiak just did something spectacular against Enzo. Looks like that's a pretty good match to stay alive over there. Joe Massara takes down Clint Grover, 29-29 extras. So Andy Fox, Joe Massara here. Mark Stenmark against the winner of Anthony Johnson and Lance Harris.
Now, I believe that the winner of Mark Stenmark and Anthony Johnson / Lance Harris match, is that? How far do we have to go before we have a potential King of the Hill?
That's our King of the Hill game.
We're getting closer. We're getting down the wire. And here we see Jeff again going for this shot on hole 15.
He's going to skip it?
He's going to skip it. Now that's okay.
So you got options there. You're not, you could putt it, you could chip it. You're not forced to do something weird. There's a pronunciation conversation over Mark.
Ooh,
Good shot.
good shot.
Mark McClevich. Should we just call him the Mouth?
That's probably easier.
Kinsler's got my back.
Oh, it looks like Michael, he missed us. He missed you with no Freaky Friday this week. A little too busy setting up machines and traveling to Vegas to host the tournament.
Oof. Ooh, that was close.
This is a really good look here.
Yes, it is. Although distance, spin control.
Now, see, this will be dangerous for me because I have a Build-A-Bag with super spin clubs.
That's a really good shot.
And I would have taken off right into the water. Somebody doing that?
All right, we are going to get Hos and Evan on a stream machine. So
that
thanks
is
to
for
Steve Sobel.
That is an elimination game.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That will be a good one. And ironically enough, these two guys, they warmed up together today, playing a handful of games.
Do that yesterday. This is not an ideal situation here at all, but that's kind of a smarter, safer play. It's a good shot, actually.
That was a good approach.
Now this is a putt. Oh, just get it
Just off the edge.
by. All right, so
still holding on to that lead.
yeah. Jeff's been in some really close matches, and this is an interesting shot. Earlier today, we streamed this hole. I think it was Ed Godfrey we saw get wet here.
Yep.
It was basically the opposite look with a 16
he had a wind in the face. So this is a lot more, I think, of club management here with that outwind.
So,
and I feel like Jeff might be contemplating going right down the middle with a. I thought he was going around for
this
a second.
this is a tough shot because, I mean, distance control, spin control. You gotta. That's got to get legs.
Oh.
And he fades to black there. No need to see it up close. So now if you're Jeff, you've got really no other way to play safe. You aim for that back nook.
Yeah, and and
there you go.
You got to go for it. You got to go for the safe shot when you're up one and going to be up a few more
Boom.
after this.
Jeff Lannon rolling along here. That's a big win. Jeff, a lot of these guys, we've seen it early on, lose a match, and they stay alive.
Wow, and to check in on the Jeff McClellan Mark.
Yeah,
mouth
we're waiting
match.
for some other. We got Andy Hos,
so
Gossip
for those of
starting
you,
soon.
Jeff had just watered the shot on this hole, so Mouth does not have an easy chip by any means, but he's got a shot.
Oof. All right.
That was lucky that he didn't hit the rock and bounce off in the water. And Mouth is only down one. He's really got to be protective here.
Which is not necessarily
his style.
That's okay. That's all right. I mean, you're disappointed.
But he's going to tie him up.
Yeah,
he's going to tie him up, though.
You're disappointed, but
important.
a guy like that is expecting eagle, but you do get the match back to square.
And with that giant wall there, you need to be careful.
Not a terrible look here because you got the pin up close. It's not too bad. He's probably going to try and bring this in left to right. Maybe a low tee, yep. And, I mean, he's going after this. Oh, great shot.
Just short of the hole there. That was a beautiful shot.
That's a good looking shot, too. All right. So, possibility of more sudden death. Shout out to Scott Kokel, by the way. I know Mark Stenmark just took him down in the winner's side, but really having a really good tournament.
2-1 is not, it's not
It's
bad
great.
after.
You get out, you got to avoid the loser side, like
Absolutely.
that deep loser side trip.
But for the World Championship, 2-1, he's still got a chance on the losers side, the elimination side.
Lance Harris, by the way, knocks Anthony Johnson to the loser side. So Lance Harris, who's just been playing like a monster these last few months, is continuing to play like a monster.
Oh, wow.
Look at that shot.
That was a wonderful shot. Almost for the victory there.
All right,
So another sudden death match.
That's a common theme today. Stock, looking for the silver championship from Cam. And yes, to reiterate what we said a lot Friday night, when Jeff was playing well in the closest to the pin, he plays the same casual equipment minus tees. It's pretty amazing.
He's playing the same stuff that people have been playing since '89.
Yes, absolutely.
It's very interesting to watch that.
Some of the reaction shots that we're seeing around the bar, by the way, it's like you don't see a lot of celebration. Like you don't see a lot of fist pumps. You see a lot of anguish.
Yes.
Absolutely. You see a lot of, and I do love that. One, because it's not me. I know the feeling. I know the feeling of anguish.
Yes, we've both been there plenty of times.
This is just call this the Jeff Landon stream. It has certainly worked out that way thus far, but we're gonna mix it up. I'm looking at Andy Hos right now, and soon we will be showing Andy Hos and Evan Gossett. But for now, little Sun Death.
Sun Death action on the silver bracket side.
Let's explain the rules again. Mark McClevich, the mouth, and Jeff McClellan. That's a mouthful. Here, if you drop a stroke, you gain a stroke. First stroke lost or gained ends the match. And we've seen a Sun Death match go 17 holes already today.
Yep.
So this
And
isn't
we
a great
have not-
look, by the way, for hole one. You'd like to see like a little out four, not like that subtle, but it's still, a shot that both of them should be really, really close on.
And I'm kind of surprised with all this Sun Death, we have not seen, to my knowledge, a hole out and Sun Death. It's always been a bad chip or a bad putt.
So there you go. There's the right
Greg, can I
four
see you?
getting in the way.
Greg.
And here's Mouth. He's trying to end it.
Greg from IT, are you here?
A little bit too far.
Can you call Brandon Robinson again? Nobody's showing up before.
Brandon Robinson to 14, please.
We're having computer technical difficulties. I'm not gonna stress about it though, right now. Not our computer technical difficulties.
Not
I
our
should say.
issue. We've had our fair share.
We have issues, but not
Yes.
presently. Not that.
Now, something interesting that the stream viewers have pointed out is that Mouth typically has been pulling back more with cut shots than anything, but he pulls his player.
Getting his line.
He's
Yeah.
pulled the club back 3 times and then goes for it. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
gameplay.
he's an exact guy. Really interesting guy. Actually a great teacher of the game. I'd say has more kind of, not necessarily the most Golden Tee knowledge, but a guy that really just tries different things. Look at this little hole-in-win action.
Oh, wow. He almost one-hops into the hole for the home win and the victory. That would have been amazing.
My
Now,
goodness.
somebody's asking about the Haas-Gossett match. Unfortunately, when you have 16 machines, it's not the easiest to have every single machine hooked up and can't.
We'll see what we can do.
Camera.
I mean,
we're working on it right now to get them set up. We're also working on getting the feed and the bar for everybody who's watching adjusted to that machine. So the Haas-Gossett match will be coming soon.
Hi, Mrs. Stenmark. Hi, she's on the comment section.
Oh,
Hello.
good to see her. Hello.
So,
Hello,
Mark
friend.
is in fine shape so far. fun reading the YouTube comments after the shot goes because we're on a little bit of a delay. So basically, Cam and Max having this the same reaction we did to that Jeff McClellan near walk-off. He got walked off in close to the pin. Unfortunately, was on the wrong side of a walk-off.
But still $750 richer.
Yeah, that's good.
In that Friday night close to the pin action. So not a bad look here on the whole 5. You have to be careful and not, wow, that was a nice bounce right over the water by Jeff there. So hole 6, the par 3, a hole that mouth of water in the last game, which ended up costing him in the end. Hopefully looking to not do the same thing here and playing it a little bit safe. I don't think he got that out as far as he wanted to. Wow. Turn your head for 1 second and the game changes. Jeff McClellan eliminates the mouth from the silver bracket with a hole-in-one on the hole 6 par 3 after almost doing it on the par 4 hole 2 earlier. That is
I would just like to highlight that I'm trying to fix a technical issue here, and I would have added a woo.
Well, I caught it too late. I apologize.
I know it's a joke. I just like your look you gave me. Wow. Hey, by the way, everybody share this with everybody. Share it to your friends.
Use the
Post it on
hashtag
Facebook.
GTWorld17.
Get people watching this because this is gonna be really cool, and we got a lot of great matches still to come. All right, I got to fix something. I'll be right back.
So it looks like these guys are going to go ahead and just finish this game out since we have a little bit of downtime in the bracket play. So as we're starting to fix up some of the other streams and get them some of these other machines up so we can have the Gossett and Hos match, we're going to let you guys watch this, finish out a little bit, and then as soon as we get another match started, we'll flip it over and we'll see what happens. Okay. Looks like we're back on now.
Let us know if you guys can hear us. I'll try not to smash my hand against the microphone again like I just did.
What's that?
I just bashed the microphone.
Well, hopefully they heard that.
Look at this look.
Wow. I wonder if Evan's going to go for that. He can't. He can't go for that.
Let us know if you guys can hear us, by the way, in the comment section here. We're watching Andy Hos and Evan Gossett.
Test, test, test.
Okay, we're good. Let us know how the volume is, guys, too, if it's too loud, if we're yelling at you. Awesome. We have sound, and everyone is telling us, which means good. And wow, as we say that, Evan hits a tough shot there. Uh-oh. So we're back. Sound's on. Thank you, Hawaiian Punch. All right, so we had a water ball, we have a bogey, and we had a par, I believe. So onwards we go. So this should be a pretty, again, a shot that these guys should get close because you have a straight wind.
Absolutely. And, you know, Andy's got a one-stroke lead here, and that's...
Well, you know, it's... Oh, now he's got
Wow.
potentially a two-stroke lead, and that is what he does. And Evan...
Evan being Evan, send that shot to YouTube.
I would be shaking too. That's a good tiltifier, though, is sending him YouTube shots.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Evan Gossett holes out
Wow.
after Andy Hos to maintain a one-stroke deficit instead of two.
That's
a beautiful
fantastic.
shot by both guys.
That is fantastic. Bulldozers for
That-
everyone.
Yeah, that is a bulldozer for everybody.
Double bulldozer.
So, and then
And a YouTube upload.
Evan's got to feel good about that.
I'm happy that they could hear us react to that.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure I probably yelled in all their ears, so
That's good.
I apologize. Oh. Ooh.
Sit.
I thought we almost had shot of the week.
Shot of the
right there.
week. That's fine.
Yeah. But these are the, you know, that we react as if it was us playing. These guys know what they're doing.
See, we're, it's again. We're oh, there are a lot of. This is fascinating here. We're seeing these guys come up with big shots, big chips.
And you can see we've got a crowd building behind these guys. You know,
Yeah.
some fans of Andy, some fans of Evan.
Comments rolling in from those two-shot swing we saw.
Look at all these people in the crowd watching.
Now here's the interesting part of hole 17, though. Hole 18 is a tough place to. It's a relatively easy closing
out of
hole.
all of the 2018 courses, that is the easiest.
So and Evan knows this. So this is the trick. You don't want to be overly aggressive, but you have to give this a really
right. Evan
really
is down
good go.
one stroke.
That's a great shot. That's a
great
great
shot, but just a little too much bite on that. But sometimes 18 sets up very well for a hole out.
It
and
can.
especially when you're in match play and you be aggressive. As I believe Peter Jacobson once said, be aggressive.
This is a great. I love this look.
Yes.
I absolutely love this look. I think it's a good look for Hos to
I'm gonna call
put it
someone
just
out.
close.
I bet you a drink that Andy misses this. Oh,
Misses what? The shot points?
the hole.
Like, that seems like a bad bet.
Well, I was gonna say that he got it and then he shot it. It's quicker than I could say the bet. So
All right, so what shot here? I actually
I'm
like
thinking
Andy's.
high T backspin.
I may go forward with nothing. You have to make this. I
Yeah.
almost just drop a forward, and if it goes over the edge, so be it. That's fine. But he's going 5.
Oh my God!
Oh,
wow!
great shot.
Evan inches away from.
Wow.
That puts pressure on Andy. This is not a
Oh,
hard
no,
putt,
no,
but
it's-
this is not easy.
So there you go.
That was
Great
wow.
match.
Our top
Great
qualifier. Top qualifier, Evan Gossett, has just been eliminated from competition by the defending world champion Andy Hos.
Great match.
Amazing
Great
gameplay.
look.
I cannot believe that. Evan down a stroke. Andy holes out to go up 2 strokes. Evan holes out to keep that 1-stroke deficit. And
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
that
is,
you know, wow. And almost ace 18 to tie is amazing.
that is unbelievable. That was a great match. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. We got much more of them to come here as we kick it along in the live stream, and we're going to try and move around a little bit.
All right, so we're going to check
Wow.
on.
Bernhardt on 3.
All right, so we've got more matches coming.
We got Paul Taylor versus Anthony Johnson.
Yeah,
Hole
and
16. And Andy Hos was just called up. He's playing again, and he's playing Brian Bernhardt out of Alexis, Illinois.
Alexis,
small town
Illinois. It's a
Alexis.
small town.
And I say that because I used to live out there, so I can call it small town. The interesting shot by Tony Johnson. I have not seen too many people go. What do you think of this layup? This is very
yeah, it's,
choice, as the players say.
It's particular. I wouldn't have put any bite
I
on
would
that.
have put roll on that.
I would not have put anything on that.
So Whammy is down 3 strokes to Paul Taylor. So Paul, all he has to do is just kind of play it safe on 17-18. This is the same exact setup
It is.
we just saw. So we know.
Yeah, there'll be a good. I mean, unfortunately, when you're down like this now.
But Tony with a good shot, but just not
That's tough.
far enough.
So unfortunately for him, that hole 18 is a good look to make it.
But
It's
he's
not a good look to
unfortunately-
miss it. You
Right,
know?
he's
That's the
unfortunately
problem.
down too many strokes at this point.
Thank you, Justin, for
Yeah,
the shout out.
appreciate
This is
that.
fun. We're
Thank
just
you for
sitting back
forgiving us
here.
for screaming in your ear after that's some great
Yeah.
gameplay we had earlier.
All right, so here's what you're going to have.
You were talking about a 4-wood.
I think here 4 would bite, and it's very.
Well, and this, yeah, and Paul's,
Great shot.
he's up 3
If you're
strokes.
out of the tournament, please
Yeah,
come see
and
Scott to get paid.
and now unfortunately you're.
If you're out of either
That's-
one of the
that's
tournaments,
curtains.
please come Scott to get
But
paid.
it is what it is. But Tony, we'll try and put pressure on. We saw Evan almost do it here. Now he's going 3. Just short. Good shot, but just short. All right. So
All right, well, we are going to we're going to switch over here. Wait, it's on 3. It's 2, 5, 4.
The only one we don't have is 3. We have all of them but 3.
Oh, you know what? Oh, they're playing money shot. Tell them to play 2.
Hey, Andy. Play on machine 2.
All right, so Andy Hos, Brian Bernhardt getting a few money shot games in before their major championship battle. So
Yeah.
we're going to get that game up shortly.
So, let's see what we have going on. All right, they're getting fired up here, ready to go. So we're going to switch to that. And 6. No. Oh. We're good. We're good. Good job.
On machine 4, Andy Fox and Joe Macera. Machine 5, Mark Stenmark, Lance Harris.
Yeah, Desmond, we should be back now. Let us know if we have sound. We should be back up and running here.
All right, so Brian Bernhardt, Andy Hos.
Old schoolers, guys who got into this game in college or before college and really have gotten, one we expected to be here clearly, and Brian, you thought was capable of a deep run, but you're just saying that because you like him.
Yeah.
No, but he has been playing great.
And I say that because he has really upped his gameplay in the last few months of qualifying, and you see it with some of his gameplay and some of the matches he's had early today. And look at that, he almost holes out in hole 1 against.
Hawaiian Punch says, "Quit sitting on the mic." We're not actually sitting on the mic. We're just.
If you want, I can.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll try not to sit on the mic anymore. It's fine. Thanks for the feedback, Hawaiian Punch. All right, so this will be an interesting match here. And
this is a beautiful setup.
Look, so you see the S, by the way, on the spinny clubs for Andy, and that's become a really popular trend with the players. Watch this thing.
Oh,
okay, so
and a lot of these players, they were using Helix on closest to the pin, and when the Build-A-Bag became an option, and the super spin and the partial spin became a player option for their clubs, we've seen a lot of players switch to it, and I got to tell you, it's changed my game a bit.
Well, you can use bite, which still reacts like almost like a subtle, normal backspin, and you can be aggressive. So these guys, their mentality is not the average mentality. They're trying to make every single shot, and that's why you're going to get balls coming past the cup more that way.
And we've seen that already with some of the matches that we've not only been live streaming, but also the ones we're seeing throughout the High Scores Bar arcade.
So we will get to Stenmark as we go here. That's a good looking shot there. All right, no blood yet.
Well, James, actually, I didn't learn from Brian. I've learned a few things from Brian, but I was playing a lot longer before I met him.
Just a few things for sure.
But I got to give him credit because he's the one that introduced me to all these crazy people in the tournaments, and that's the reason why I have a job right now. And you're hearing me live, whether you like it or not.
We like it indeed.
Beautiful setup here, Brian, with the gopher grab for the double eagle.
Hey, sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need it. And no blood there either. So kind of easing their way into this match. Okay, we've got brackets again. We were dealing with some wireless or some network issues a bit, so we will pull that up.
Now, let's talk about something here. In the instance that Brian takes down Andy Hos in this elimination match, what do you think that does to Brian, taking down the former world champion, the 2008 and 2016 former world champion? You got to give him. It's got to be a mental high note.
Yeah. I mean, this is unique circumstances for a lot of these players who kind of expected. You've got expectations are different for both of these guys in reality. So if Brian comes to win this game, who knows? I mean, then he can push it. And if Andy does, then he's just because you can see
back
him
on
getting
track.
confidence
Yeah.
as he goes.
Especially after some of the shots he had last game against Evan, including that hole out.
Yep,
Oh, and Brian is already.
that's trouble.
That is trouble, Peter.
Mark Stenmark and Lance Harris, by the way,
Oh, wow.
versus Andy
Brian with a
Fox.
good chip out of the sand there to save himself from a one-stroke deficit so
Some early tilt. Yeah. And Joe Massara, by the way, is the last one on the winner's side. I'm going to keep saying this because I hope you guys keep doing it. Share this link with your friends on Facebook, social media, whatever. We've got some really excellent matches coming up. The day is still young here as we move forward. And actually, we're moving quick.
We are.
I'm shocked. This is definitely much faster than I thought it would be. Not that I thought it would be a long day.
And just to take a look at the commentary, I would call Jimmy Mack by his name when I actually see him in a tournament again. So
Jimmy
I'll
Mack.
call Jimmy Mack by Jimmy Mack
Love you, Jimmy Mack.
officially when he shows
me
up
some
to
Jimmy
another
Mack.
tournament.
Jimmy, let's play some steeplechase soon. We got to get out there. So that is another miss.
Another tough shot for Bernsey.
And that is a
Beautiful shot.
So
Now-
at some point, these chips, you can keep, and we'll see what happens here. But you put too much pressure on yourself. Not in turn, like it just becomes difficult. It's too much strain on your game to have to continually make chips to stay alive. All right, so this is a little bit of a longer look, potentially an interesting shot here. Maybe just a smooth high tee, I would imagine.
Looks like the high 3 wood here.
Oh, he went down
Now
to
see,
three.
this I have a
Safe
feeling.
shot.
I have a feeling Brian's going to go left one and come in soft with the driver. Maybe not.
He's going right
Oh,
over
he's got
it.
the 10-5 driver, so he's going to go right on over. I forgot about that.
Well, that's a good-looking ball.
Oh,
good shot.
good
Very
shot.
aggressive shot.
Aggressive, but with that 10-5 driver in his Build-A-Bag, you know that it's going to get a little bit higher, so those trees aren't as much of a factor.
Yeah. If you guys have any questions
Oh.
about matches or in general, post them in the YouTube comment section. We're off and running here. Watching Andy Hos play Brian Bernhardt. Andy Hos, our back-to-back world champion. Brian certainly been around the game a long time. Loser of this match is out of the Worlds here as we kind of narrow down our field a bit. I was just talking to, I think we're down to kind of 13-16 in that region. So half the
trucking
field
along.
is out. On the silver side of things, for those curious, we're moving there as well, and I will get you a bracket as soon as that one is available and uploading here. All right, so this is an interesting look. An outwind on this hole, shorter. You can probably go at it with no high tee and maybe get some backspin, or you could try potentially a 3-wood with a high tee and go around. It looks like Andy's going to do. That's strong. All right, we'll see if Brian. This is the shot I would hit. Not that that's saying anything, and that's probably what I would do, but be even worse off. So that's the risk of it. But you also, when you do that, you leave yourself a very makeable chip, and we'll see what Brian has. Oof, close.
Wow.
Close.
So looks like Bernsey will be down 2.
Assuming he converts.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
All right. So again,
Wow,
a little.
you can tell the shock on Andy's face.
Yeah,
that-
he makes that chip
that's
probably
a not fall.
9 out of 10 times, 9.5 out of 10 times. But for Bernsey, you kind of avoid issues. If they lose, they kick them off the world. Just don't. Yeah, we do. We throw them out like cartoon style, like you throw people out of a bar.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you know what I mean? No.
And then we film it for the shots
they
of
hang
the week.
out and drink and enjoy the money that they're going to receive, and it's going to be a lot of them. A lot of monies. All right, I'll be honest on this hole. This is actually a good look. I have played this hole so poorly this year. You know that firsthand. You can attest to that. But this is the kind of look that I want, and I will say that Brian Bernhardt comes up with great shot points here.
I can see that. He knows he's down 1. He got some saving grace. Oh, close.
Oh.
He got a saving grace with that last chip that Andy missed. And there's still 7 holes to play, so we're looking good.
All right, let's see what else is going on in some of these other games as we look around a little bit.
Dave, to answer your question, I believe that both of these guys are using grabbers, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
Andy
Wow.
bounces off the rock into the water.
Wow.
Now, Bernsey has been around this game long enough. He knows that you cannot assume the worst for your opponent when that happens, because you have to make that shot yourself.
Yeah, you do.
And he just did it.
This
he
is
just
a
did
huge
it.
chip. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
wow.
goodness. Wow. All right, so that is a game changer here, and Andy now has to rally. That's a huge swing, obviously.
Wow,
And
I
you're
was
just
not
used to
expecting
seeing-
that. So Brian Bernhardt is down 1 going into hole 12. Andy waters it twice, off the tee box and the putt,
Now, I will
and now
say
Brian's
this,
up twice.
we've seen this before. This is where Andy puts on heater mode and starts
Especially
going.
facing elimination.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Andy Hos is the player to do it. If anybody is going to come back and rally more than anybody, it's
This
got
would
to
be
be
a good
Andy
place
Hos.
to start. It's not going to get there, though, unfortunately.
And for Brian, he's got to remain calm, cool, and collective, and just play his game the way he would, just like as if he's playing Andy or any of these other guys on the leaderboards. You know,
I think this is where you kind of have to own it down a bit. If you're Brian, also you're probably kind of shaken. You know, you go on tilt for poor things. You can go on tilt too when things go well, and not know how to deal with like unexpected.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
the playing safe. And we were just talking about this. You can't. Brian would not hit a shot like that.
No,
we've seen him play at hundreds of tournaments, and he would not hit a shot like that.
Oh,
Andy
good
with
shot.
a close shot. But thankfully for Brian, this is not a deep putt.
Oh, there goes one. And you're exactly right. He played too conservative, and it can come back to bite you. And just like that, Andy gets a stroke back. Brian looks pretty calm behind the game, though. He looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in a great position, so we'll see.
And this game is really going to come down to these last 4 setups.
Oh, I mean, hole 18 is a game
This
changer.
is another great look at 15. You do not always get a clear shot at the hole.
No, you don't.
At least when I play. I'm
It's a little
always battling
long.
through
I
trees.
would use IT here, but
That looks like Brian's going to do that.
yeah, we've got his head in the. That looks pretty good. That looks very good. Good shot. All right. No blood. But now I think is where it gets really interesting. Not a terrible look here at all by
No.
any means.
You got to wonder if there's any pressure on Andy, because he's the one that's down 1, but he also gained that stroke advantage or that stroke back. So now he's leading off on every hole.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
we've seen
changes
this
it
before.
changes the mentality a little bit.
We've seen that before. It does. It changes the pace a little bit. It's a pretty good look. Now, that looks like a really good shot, but not in, which is what he
Great
needs
shot
right now.
for Andy right there. This is probably one of the best setups I've ever seen on this. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Brian, just like Andy, great shot right around the hole. And Brian really needed that to regain that 2-stroke lead. It changes it going into 17 and 18.
This isn't bad at all.
This is a
This is really nice. I think
Andy is right now thinking in his head, I've got a shot at this. Because 18 is
it's a good shot, and now I think he wishes it would have been a harder look.
But Brian has to be careful here, because he's also playing those super spin clubs, and if he goes too aggressive.
Oh, look, he's going deep enough. That's smart. It's a smart shot. You
And
know,
I wonder, I actually couldn't tell. I think he might have not had, that did not seem like it was a super spin.
bite. I think he had bite on
Oh,
too.
okay.
So I think he may have had bite with the super spin clubs. All right, we've
Now,
seen this
this
shot
is-
a bunch.
Yeah.
This is a good hole for it. Without question, a chance to make up a shot if you're Andy.
Yeah. I can't talk about this hole. This hole is bad for me. Wow.
All right, not.
Not bad, but that was almost game over.
Yeah, it was. So interesting situation here with Brian. How aggressive do you want to get? And he wants to get really aggressive. Oh my goodness! All right.
Wow.
I don't know why. I would hit it around to the right, potentially, but it's, oof, good shot. It's tough to know. There's a lot of pressure on the line with these guys. This is a big chip.
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness.
Wow, Andy Hos misses his chip left.
Wow.
And it somehow rolled off of the ledge for a water ball. Wow.
I'm speechless. I'll be honest, I'm speechless.
Seriously, I cannot believe
So
that.
our world champion from last year is out in somewhat shocking fashion. Brian Bernhardt stays alive.
Wow.
This also means, by the way,
that we are going to have a brand
new face in
undisputed
in the game.
Golden Tee World Champion.
Wow. All right, let's try and figure out what is going on here. So let's see what matches we've got to go to. And we'll bounce around a little bit.
So
good. We got Lance Harris, it looks like. There we go. Good. We go right to Lance. And actually a huge game. This is Lance Harris, Mark Stenmark on the winner's side. Both of these guys undefeated. I'm waiting to read the comments. Oh my God, unbelievable. Triple chip like says, whoa. The pressure getting to them both. Wow. This is from our Andy Hos. Brian Bernhardt game.
I am
still
speechless here.
I am speechless
can't
too.
even.
Well, this is huge. This is a big game, and it looks like we've got Mark Stenmark. Mark Stenmark with a 2-stroke lead. He's 1 under in terms of handicap. So there's a lot of action.
Burns.exe is what we're hearing
So we need to
from
talk
YouTube.
about. Well, we should talk about both these guys, but it's kind of a tale of two different things. Mark Stenmark has not been playing at all. In fact, just I think played last week for the first time in about 2 months.
Absolutely.
And Lance has played a ton and has gotten unbelievably good at this game. Was already really good, but is now like in that upper echelon live tournament player. So kind of an interesting factor here. It's a new look for Stenmark, by the way. I'm not used to that, but it's working for him clearly.
I'm still shocked we're going to have a brand new world champion. Like, that is.
Oh, my. Are you texting Brian on the side? Wow, good shot.
That is a good shot.
Can you ask him two things? A, what? And B, what the hell was he doing on his tee shot on 18?
Oh, I already did. Don't you worry.
All right, report back.
Oh, yeah, we will hear from Brian in a little bit.
Congratulations, Brian.
Oh,
seriously, that's fantastic. Good for him.
Yeah.
That's
Never be aggressive on that par 3, and why? Wow.
No, you know what? Sometimes there's no question you need some good fortune in this game as well.
Oh, yeah, but I just still cannot believe that Andy up 7 right 4 slope, his chip rolled off.
Everybody
in the
is kind of still in shock here. The room is kind of.
Look at this. Look at this shot.
Yeah, he's rolling. He's rolling.
Mark Stenmark is a workhorse.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute workhorse. Working on his education. Doesn't play Golden Tee for a few minutes like we've pointed out a few times here. Oh!
Money,
and
money.
He had doubted himself earlier in the week.
Tell you something to watch, though, and again, he said it yesterday. We brought it up in the live stream earlier. It's staying out of trouble for him. If Mark Stenmark is hitting greens and fairways and putting himself within 10 to 12 feet, then he's still him, because that doesn't go away. It's the chipping, it's the stuff we saw that did Andy in. It's those kind of things that ultimately, when you're not playing a lot for these guys, that will really develop.
If you're out of the tournament, please come get paid. If you are out of the tournament, please come get your money.
Yeah, Jimmy Mack wants to know what Burnsy was thinking on hole 18. So we're going to find out.
Oh, don't worry, Jimmy Mack. Wow, that was.
Good shot.
What is it, 600?
All right, Mark Stenmark, I think this is going to – I'm going to call my shot and say I think this gets Great shot. That's not really.
Well, if you're
calling
going to
your
call it,
shot.
I'm going
I'll
to call
call
it. It's
it.
going
I'll
to hit
call
the
it.
water because you've been bad luck for
No,
some of these
I think
players.
this is going in the hole. Oh man.
And that's a great point by Kinsler. Greg Kinsler's, former world champion himself. Been in a lot of these high-stress situations in the Gold 2-4
That's a
Gold 2
great
Live
point.
era. It's a really good point. You never know how much pressure these guys are in until you're actually in their shoes.
It's very easy for two jokers wearing headsets to talk about it. We've done it on a much lower scale, played in some of these matches, and you're shaking and you're not thinking right because, like
absolutely.
Greg said, it's incredibly nerve-wracking, and nobody has been in that position more than Greg Kinsler. So thanks for chiming in, Greg. All right, so we are waiting to hear from Brian Bernhardt, who I'm assuming is at a video poker table now because he's on a roll. He's on a heater. And now we're watching Lance Harris and Mark Stenmark. And Lance is playing well. Stenmark, though, now is, I would say, probably, barring any mess up here, is in pretty good control of the match.
You got to point out, though, he is in between clubs a little bit here. He's going to have to.
You got to hit this hard, and this is not a fun shot. That's a really
That's
well
a perfect
done.
shot.
So interesting here. Good putt. All right, so we'll see what the setup is. I think we've seen this,
27-25.
right? This is the
this is a new
different,
setup.
and this is tricky. But again, Mark has seen this setup before. This is tough, though. I mean, if this is your Lance, I think this is the kind of look you want.
Yeah.
And you hope, but Mark is.
You could always go for shot of the week here and turn to the right and kind of let that ball roll off the rock and down.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And,
now
and,
he's
and
turning.
all jokes aside, that's actually probably not a bad idea because
That's a really
even if you
smart-
hit that rock, you bounce off and you're not going to roll in the water.
Now here's the problem with Lance. Lance has to be really, really aggressive on
that's
a
not-
really difficult shot.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. That wind is tough on this hole, but that pin placement and the yardage, and he does not have any spin, super spin or partial spin on his club. So
This is, cutting that 6-7 5-iron back into a shot like this is just so difficult. It's a great
beautiful
shot.
He might have a better look at that if he took the luchador mask off. He might be able to see a bit farther when making those shots.
There you
but
go.
he still
Luchador
hit a great
commentary.
shot on that hole.
So now you're looking at Stenmark trying to fire a 30 here to get into the King of the Hill game. Get into the King of the Hill match, by the way, you are guaranteed top 3. And that's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Clearly, it's a lot of money. It also means that you've got a chance to, be undefeated in the finals, which is, again, what all these guys are looking for.
And that means we have a good chance, a 30-something% chance that we see Mark Stenmark's face in the game. For better or for worse.
For better. Mrs. Stenmark is listening. For
Absolutely.
better. Mark clean on his drive. Now things, you just got to poke and hope. All right, that's going to probably do it. But it's not going to do it for Lance. Lance is still in the tournament. This is the winner side of the bracket. Hold on, never say. Well, there you go. Nice 30 under for Mark Stenmark. Ho hum.
Is that another? That's another chalk up 30 for Mark Stenmark.
Another 30.
All right, so it looks like we've got Brian Bernhardt and Jeff
Sutyak.
playing on Teal Gardens. So we're going to go ahead and switch this. See if Burnsy can continue his hot streak that he's developed.
Yeah, so have you heard? Well, I guess you haven't heard from him yet. 'cause
That's
he's
probably
playing
why I
a
haven't heard
match.
from him because we're banging through these games. It's 3 o'clock and we're moving quickly.
We are moving fast. So Brian Bernhardt, Jeff Sutyak. Jeff Sutyak took down Clint Grover, who had a good tournament. On the other side, Jeff Lannon took down Scott Kokel, so he's moving right along. Paul Taylor took down Anthony Johnson. Jeff Lannon, Paul Taylor's a really good match.
Yep.
I mean, they're all good matches from this point, but we have
And,
really
just
narrowed
a
down
quick
the
update.
field.
They're both tied here, minus 10 after 7, finishing up hole 8. So tied game so far. Another chance at sudden death, depending on how these next 11 holes go.
Okay.
Wow. Burnsy with a close shot on hole 9 at Teal.
All right, we are going to we'll flip back hopefully to Burnsy soon, but this is a big match because we got to know who's playing Mark Stenmark in King of the Hill. And so we are now on to
Was that sudden death? Because somebody just quit out.
on this game right here.
I thought I just saw
maybe.
that.
All right, maybe we just saw the end of it. Yes,
Yes,
we
so
are.
we apologize. We just missed that.
There you go.
Just missed that. So we'll give you an update on who the winner of that was real quick.
Brian Bernhardt, Jeff Sutyak moving right
Inches
along.
away on that hole 9.
Yeah.
Teal is not an easy hole 9 par 4.
No, not at all.
Wow, it looks like Joe Massaro
Joe Massaro.
heading to battle Mark Stenmark for King of the Hill.
Wow, JoJo.
That
JoJo,
is-
by the way, is a
Not Mojo Jojo from Powerpuff Girls, but
JoJo,
from
the
St.
man
Louis, Missouri.
who is just a Freaky Friday machine.
Absolutely.
We put these courses together every Friday on the daily contest, and he's just dominating him. So that's a really, really big-time win.
Oh, wow. Not sure what balls Jeff is using, but they were hopscotching
Oh,
their way
man.
towards the water on that hole.
All right, so JoJo and Mark Stenmark are in the King of the Hill game. We will have that coming to you soon. Lance Harris is going to play the winner of this game now, and Andy Fox will play the winner of Jeff Lannon and Paul Taylor. So now we're
Taking his time
narrowing
here,
down the
not
field.
knowing, not sure he doesn't feel comfortable with that 8 wood, but it seems like it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah.
Butts, you guys playing? No? On machine 5, Jeff Lannon, Paul Taylor. On machine 4, Brian Bernhardt, Jeff Studiak. Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's what I was just saying.
Oh, no.
You must have been serious. Oh, never mind. It's JoJo. It's not what it's doing.
All right, so still tied up after hole 12.
Yeah.
On Teal Gardens between Jeff Studiak and Brian Bernhardt.
It's a little bit of a longer shot than I think.
But it's almost nice. You can kind of just punch it hard and just let it roll and see what happens. And almost within shotty range. You know, it's funny. You take a look at the list of players that are still in this tournament, and you just kind of picture their face in the game. And it's funny to see that we're going to get a new world champion. We're going to have a new world champion.
We actually
a new
have
face
to
in the
put
game.
them to work. Last year we just gave Andy kind of a haircut.
Yeah, we gave
for
him
putting
just
his face into the game.
an update.
Think he lost a few pounds and he looked good, cleaned him up a bit. This year, will it be Mark Stenmark? He'll get his face in the game. Will it be JoJo? You know, who are we going to get in? Be interesting.
Yeah, that to be determined as we continue down match play. A really interesting pin placement here,
Yeah.
especially for Brian with his spin clubs. You got to play very conservatively around that hole.
Yes, you do. All right, we're trying to pull up some streams now too as it's going along. Paul Taylor and Jeff Lannon, I believe, are playing right now as well. So we'll keep you kind of updated on them. They're playing on Pine Coast. And
Tied
they
after
are
2.
Tied after 2. Okay, so
Looks like
we'll
Jeff
see.
with some shotties.
Jeff Lannon, the man who has kind of owned this stream in the early going.
He's not even on it, and you're hearing all about him.
Yeah, it is. But we'll get to that after this match is done.
You know, this whole 15 at Teal Gardens, we've seen this in the last couple of months of match play at tournaments. Could really make or break somebody's game.
Yeah, it's kind of a quiet killer. There's a lot of small chips, short chips you end up with, depending on where the pin is. This is kind of an awkward shot in there because you're going to have to go
The tee-box placements don't seem that different, but you have a lot of different ways you could attack
He'll
this
bring
hole.
this in left to right, kind of cut the way. That's a really good-looking shot.
No.
Nothing he can't handle. I was just told through Steve Sobel, Stenmark's scores through today, 30-30, 28-28 match play. I'd say maybe he should not play as often, but I'm not going to actually say that. He should play more. And he'd be 31, 31, 29, 29.
You know, and you threw a 28 in there, I believe I heard, right?
Yes.
And then it goes back to some of these players that lost shooting better scores. You know, some of these courses, the setups, we've seen a lot of tough setups in qualifier and in match play so far.
This is a swing shot. It's a big shot.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Wow. If he was on my bridge, I would have kicked him off.
I've gotten a lot of YouTube sent to me with shots off that bridge where the hole just kind of gets in the way. That one, you just missed it. Okay, we got a development. Paul Taylor gains a stroke on Jeff Lannon.
It looks like he had a double eagle putt.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So that 4 was
Yeah, I
was
believe so.
drivable?
It might have been the same setup that
Gotcha.
Brian and Andy had.
So here's a fun shot here, and probably you can't
And
say
Brian
gonna
had a
decide
really
the
good
match.
shot in this hole. You cannot put too much cut here because of that wind.
That's a good shot.
Yep,
That's a great
Jeff
shot.
with the follow, the same type. Both these guys getting through past that bell.
Good putt.
Couple of shout outs to Jim Nance on
Jim
our live
Nance.
stream.
Hello, friends. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
All right, so we
Ooh,
are
this
all
is-
square.
Now that
and
we've seen a lot of people in qualifier ruin their games.
we've seen a
on
lot of
this.
people today go end up left too. That's great.
That's wow. That's about as clean
That's a
of a
great
shot as
shot.
you could get with that wind. And I've seen some people get crazy and go over. And these trees, these what do you call it? Are invisible. Oh no! Wow.
So there it is.
Jeff Sudiak Waters. Brian Bernhardt is he just knocked
Have we
out the
heard from
former
him
world
on that
champion?
his tee shot?
No,
from a
but I
game
might
ago?
jump over this table and drop kick
Yeah,
him.
go. Yeah. All
Brian
right.
Bernhardt just eliminated the former world champion Andy Hos and
He's on a
continues
roll.
down the line. Jeff defeats Jeff Sudiak 29-28 in the loser side of the bracket. So we're going to go ahead and switch over here to Jeff Lannon and Paul Taylor.
So we're going to
wow.
have pretty much consistent action for the rest of the day. And this is a good look here from Jeff Lannon. Look at Burnsy stepping up. So that, I'll say this. We kind of criticized, or didn't criticize, but critiqued the strategy
Jokingly,
on Bind Coast. Oh, yeah, it's all good fun.
All in good fun.
But we got to give him credit. He stepped up there on a difficult look, didn't think about it, and nailed it. And
Absolutely.
and that was just a really brilliant shot.
Can I go punch Brian in the throat for being aggressive on 8?
Kevin's going to go talk to Brian and see what his mindset is right now as our Cinderella here. And we will focus it in on this game. That's a little deep. That's going to be a chip. No problems.
Mr. Skill. That's the worst shirt I've ever seen you win.
All right, so an update on the bracket here. Brian Bernhardt is going to play Lance Harris, and Andy Fox is going to play the winner of this match.
Lance Harris on 4.
Oh, Brian Bernhardt, Lance Harris on 4 is coming up. Yes, sir.
Should announce that 4 of the top 7 players play on power vending machines. To the masses, so they know.
Missouri is having a good tournament.
Not just Missouri, Lance Harris.
That's true. Power vending, our fine friends from Power Vending would like you to know that some of their horses here are faring well.
If anyone wants to be a good player, contact us. It's time to switch vendors.
Thank you, Jimmy Mack, for the shout out. This is fun to do. Although I've drank so much water here that I'm going to be sprinting the bathroom every few minutes or so. Double eagle for Jeff Lannon. And a double eagle for Paul. So we are rolling now. All right, so we've got a couple other matches that we'll be going to shortly. We've got the King of the Hill match coming up. The winner of the King of the Hill match will be in the finals. And we are really plowing through this field here quickly. We're getting down here to only a handful of players. Chris Eversole in the comments. Chris, a world champion, one of the greatest Golden Tee players ever. I feel very confident and comfortable saying that. Chris, welcome, my friend, and it's great to hear from you.
All right, I apologize for those of you that had to suffer through Adam Kramer's sole commentary as I was gone. Didn't hear much from Bernsey, but he's feeling good.
He came over here. He said, and I quote, "It's better to be lucky than good."
Yes, I was there for that. Wow, a very interesting shot that we're just seeing on another screen here. Paul Taylor with a low 3-wood bounce.
Skip up over.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, he is a guy that is a shot creator. You know, he'll do some different
things. Hence the
name
name
Holemaker.
Holemaker, but it should really be shot
Another
maker.
great daily player, a guy that's very inventive. He does a great job with that. All right, so as we are, Brian Bernhardt back playing again. We will get to his game in a little bit. We still have the King of the Hill game coming here in a little while after that. So we're trying to kind of narrow the field down here a bit slowly. An update on the silver bracket, which you guys are visiting so much you've overloaded it, and I can't seem to pull it up.
Wow, another close shot by Putz here. Almost making it a few feet away there.
I'm probably the one that is crashing the bracket page because I'm just trying to reload it here, and needless to say, it's not working. Oh. So again, a creative shot, the high tee iron. And having it just kind of bleed back in there. This is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, having the 5-bird here.
I like this shot a lot.
No, not enough cut on it there.
Not enough. Okay. An update from the land of silver. The championship bracket, those guys are the ones playing for the World Championship. We've got Stu Fox and Jeff McClellan playing right now. And we have Jay Johnson, Brian Oldie, in the Final Four here. That bracket, by the way, is single elimination. I give those guys a lot of credit because it's not an easy thing to do. All right, so Taylor up 1. Again, I think Pine is probably the most interesting course to have to protect or eliminate a lead.
Yes.
Because you've got hole 18.
Especially this hole 16.
Hole 16.
This
and
par 5 has been real easy today,
hole,
surprisingly.
hole 18 has just done a number in this tournament.
Yeah, we saw
Andy
world
Hos.
champion Andy Hos.
That was his undoing.
Unfortunately, on hole 18.
Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul Lady. Miss you, buddy. Thanks for checking in here as well.
Yeah, thanks for giving a shout out to Kevin too, Paul. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
Lucky
Good
bounce
work,
right
Paul.
out of the sand.
Yeah. Good living.
That could have been.
That's good living. This is kind of a tricky in between. I would hit a 3-wood and try and muscle
maybe.
up. Yep, 3-wood would bite be good.
Like the driver just is a little bit. You get too much on there.
So again, Jeff's in an interesting spot here because he needs to pick up a stroke, but he also, you don't want to lose one here either.
Just to give you guys a quick update, it looks after hole 4.
Good shot.
Till Gardens, Brian Bernhardt is up 1 against Lance Harris.
The 2017 World's Live Stream Jeff Lannon edition.
Absolutely.
I love it. I mean, I love watching Jeff Lannon play Golden Tee. I love Paul Taylor. You'll see some, look at this, not even thinking about it, turning and then almost draining it. It's incredible how fast these guys play.
I play fast too, but I'm just not good.
Seeing that shot now, if I'm Lannon, I feel pretty good about that. This is kind of one of the benefits of going after. You saw him. Now he got up there quickly and drained it, or almost drained it. But you know that you can, if you get the right amount of cut on this, you can put it close. A little bit deep and not bad.
I'm really surprised he didn't put bite on that, actually.
I am as well. All right, another hole 18. What look do we have? Wow, interesting. So there's so many different shots that you can hit here.
Yeah, this is one of the better looks.
He knows all of them. That's fantastic. Wow. And now Jeff knows exactly
he needs
what's going
to
on
nail
here.
this.
But it's a shot that you can nail. We've got action in Lance Harris and Brian Bernhardt, by the way. We're going to get there momentarily. All right. That's probably going to do it.
That's going to do it for another Illinois player.
So, the Jeff Lannon, that's another 30, by the way, with Paul Taylor.
So Paul Taylor moves on. So we updated you a few seconds ago that Brian was up 1 stroke going into 5, and Lance Harris made a beautiful shot for birdie.
To save
birdie. And so, unfortunately, he loses another stroke.
But it could have been worse.
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been a lot worse. And so Brian Bernhardt just chugging along here, playing some excellent Golden Tee. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Yeah, that was a solid. Did you get any piece of that Calcutta?
We're missing one person. You got 17 through 32nd in the silver.
All right. So Lance now
You're the silver, you win
behind the 8 ball a bit,
Come get paid.
but in a position with a lot of really interesting shots to come where he can make that up. Mm-hmm. Lance has become, I think what's most surprising about Lance, who used to, I don't believe still is, or probably could be, a professional poker player, guy that won some pretty big tournaments and World Series of Poker events. And it's amazing to me just how much of a factor he is now. I keep saying world rankings because he's always right there.
He's been in the top. He was number 1, I think, 2 months in a row at the beginning of this year. And he's consistently been in that top 5 as he preps for this World Championship.
Yep. No, he's been great. Now, though, we'll see.
But it goes to show you the pressure of the World Championship because we've had a lot of top guys who have fallen victim to bad shots and tough looks.
Yep.
And, you look at the losers bracket the loser side of the gold bracket, and there is a lot of top guys you would expect to be
Look at the winner's side of the gold. I mean, I know Mark Stenmark, we're sort of used to saying him, but he hasn't played.
But he has not played, and he hasn't played in a tournament since December.
And Joe Massara, who last year I remember watching play Andy Hos and nearly took down Hos then as a chance to be 1 game away from having some cushion in the World Championship, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, and when you're King of the Hill, not to say that the King of the Hill does not that always wins, but that takes a lot of pressure off you when you have to be beaten twice.
That first match is huge, and having that first match cushion on your belt is huge. So again, double elimination format for those who are turning in. We are narrowing down the bracket now. If you lose a game, you go to the loser side of the bracket, which is what we're seeing here with Brian Bernhardt and Lance Harris, who are trying to stay alive. And regardless, they're going to take home a pretty penny here.
And we're
shot.
seeing a lot of tough par fours, tough drivable par fours with easy looks today.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think I've seen a tough look on hole 9 at Teal Gardens, and we've had a lot of gold bracket matches played on this course. So at the turn, after hole 9, Brian Bernhardt still has a 2-stroke lead against Lance Harris in this elimination match. So whoever loses this match is out of the tournament.
We saw Brian earlier have a lead and did not. He struggled with the lead, the unexpected lead, and I think that Hos match is probably going to free him a lot of that pressure. I think that it certainly was a wake-up call. You don't know how the rest of the game is going to go. There's a lot of tough shots to come. But he came over here, and he looked like he was floating. And he's playing really well right now, so we'll see how it goes.
And I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but this is one of my best friends who was out. He didn't get an early night yesterday. So for him to be playing as solid as he is, shout out to those guys who can
I don't
do
think,
that.
by the way, now it's going to be an early night tonight either.
Oh, absolutely.
For the record. But we'll have to see what happens. So these guys move along, and it looks like right now this is the only match we've got going on.
Yeah, we're getting to a point now where they're giving players
down.
a lot of time to relax and not necessarily relax, but put the focus on these players that are shooting so well.
Mm-hmm. And we'll have the King of the Hill. That's a good shot.
Brian with another close shot. An interesting thing to note here as we're just looking back at last year's World Championships, out of the top 4, the only one still in the 2017 World Championship right now is Andy Fox.
Yeah.
Paul Luna was eliminated pretty early. Andy Hos just lost to Brian Bernhardt, the World 2016 World Champion. And Mark Klevich, the Mouth, unfortunately did not qualify for the gold bracket this year.
Did not.
So a lot of strange things happening in the world of Golden Tee.
Yeah, it is. Which is exciting. You love to see the familiar faces and guys that, play well over the course of time, but we also like to see some new faces as well get a chance at a big deal here. Getting their face in Golden Tee. And again, we mentioned this, quite literally, after these guys finish, we're going to take them outside.
And beat them.
Yeah.
I had to do it.
Beat them up. We're gonna take like 1,000 images of their face. Or, I don't know. It's probably not 1,000.
Oh no, the technology's advanced
Dozens?
quite a bit. Yeah, dozens of photos
Hundreds?
of the world champion's face.
Brian wants to know, hey, is Ruby Rock still a thing?
Yeah,
and he's right. There's just not been and I've seen all the games being played. There's just not been a lot of Ruby Rock.
And I guarantee you, every single player, whether they're still in or not, has appreciated the fact that Ruby Rock has not been a player.
I didn't really think of that until now, and it's a fun. I would like to see a Ruby on here before we're done, because we have not called one.
That would be a very interesting finals match.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Ruby. So, all right, as we move forward here, I feel like Brian has played Teal a handful of times.
No, here's a question for you. I don't think we've really touched on this. Do you think it helps or hurts or doesn't really do much for these top guys when they're competing in tournaments to have back-to-back matches or to have a handful of matches on the same course?
I think it depends on the match you just played, and I've always liked it. And again, not at this level, but when I've played in tournaments, when I can spin the same course over and over, I'd be interested in the comments, Kinsler.
Unless it's
who
Shady
else?
Acres.
There's someone of Eversole, you guys who are out there commenting on YouTube, what do you think of that situation where you're spinning the same course over and over? Yeah, I guess it sort of depends on your comfort with the course most of all.
Right, absolutely.
But I kind of like it. I
agree.
At least have never had a problem with it. All right, Brian Bernhardt up 2. This isn't, not a terrible look here. Just kind of
no, actually, this wind is a very
push it right back over.
This wind is very nice for this pin placement at top left. You can kind of just, no spin and just kind of let it roll.
So I'm assuming he'll let that 3-wood just kind of go right in there.
Yeah,
push
that's
it a
what
little
I'm
left or
hoping
right,
for.
and then just drop it back in.
Because you can have,
Fine.
that's not bad. You've got a straight up putt here. Good to see Adam Fitzgerald. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Surprised you didn't join one Dave Sandmeyer out here for the weekend.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, and see, that's what we're talking about. That win. The 10-5 driver, we've seen a lot of top players building a bag with that club and just beating it to death. Like, it has changed the game of some of these players in this match, in these match plays.
Corey wants to know, are they spinning or using the random button when they're deciding the course?
To be honest,
it really depends.
We're not exactly sure. We can't.
I've seen a lot of spinning on the TVs here, but I've seen both. I've seen combinations of the two, actually.
Yeah. Now, this is not an easy look on hole 16, the par 3, but it's not hard either. Brian had a nice shot with bite, clubbed down a little bit, kind of punched it in.
Rodney Roberts chimes in, says, I like them over and over playing the same course if I'm winning. Lose and spin something else. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, it seems
over
to be,
and over.
It seems to be what these guys are feeling
Ruby.
here. Now, you're down 2 strokes
Paul
going
Lady says
into
he
in
hates
this
it, by
par
the way.
3. Do you get aggressive, or do you hope that Brian hits the bell on 17?
I think you have to do that.
Do that. Yeah, that was a wonderful shot.
Because he's got the spinning clubs, too.
Well, he's
so
got
it's,
partial.
Yeah, so it's going to be kind of natural. I mean, you do that. That's a great shot. That's an aggressive shot because if it kicks any further,
you have an Andy Hos situation where you roll in the water and your game's over.
Now this is really interesting here. It's not. I mean, through this look, it shouldn't.
That
Wow.
I don't know if it was just the camera work, but that looked a little dicey to me. Brian
I'll
Bernhardt
say
with
this.
another great shot. I feel like I promise I'm not just saying his name because he's a great friend.
But you're saying both.
No, he is playing some amazing golden tee.
No, he really is, and he's confident.
Bert Allen, I like the 10-5 in my bag because it comes out like a hot potato from the rough. Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So
Now,
now,
very interesting that he's going on the right side of the bell and not the left. I feel like you're not getting a lot of green to play with.
wow,
But
that's a great shot.
yeah,
But again, now, so this is an interesting moment
this is what
for
happened
Bernhardt.
in one of his matches
It
earlier.
is, but I think he can play, depending on the look.
He's got to play that.
Yep. I mean, you could theoretically just play it off in the rough, but I don't know if.
No,
you
but
really
when you're on
need
a
to.
roll, you're on a roll. Interesting camera angle there. I kind of like that. It was
Well,
like,
he's. I don't think wants to
so
show much of what is going on here.
Lance Harris. I got to call it. I mean, he's got to make this. He's absolutely has to drain this.
Unfortunately for him,
He needs some Drano Max right now.
And
that was a great shot, but he's down 2 strokes going to 18. That's not going to do it for him.
No, so there you go.
Brian Bernhardt beats Lance Harris 29-27 on Teal Garden. Brian Bernhardt continues his dominant run.
There you go.
Now,
Brian
where's
Bernhardt.
that put him in the bracket?
Well, let's start with that. Brian Bernhardt moves on.
Brian Bernhardt moves on, and he will play the winner of Paul Taylor and Andy Fox. And it just goes to show you that as we look into this bracket right now, Brian qualified 17, Lance 15, and complete opposite with Paul Taylor, number 2, Andy Fox 8, and they're all in the losers bracket. So qualifying definitely, having a better qualifier is always good, but it does not determine your finish in the game.
Keep it clean, Paul. All right, so now we need another match, and we're going to get another match here shortly. And we'll find out which one that is here in a second.
On machine 6, Jeff McClellan and Jay Johnson.
Okay, so we got a silver
Machine
match.
5,
Well, we got multiple
Stu Fox and
matches.
Brian Old.
So
What's that?
So we've got 2 silver matches.
That's third and fourth and first and second in the silver bracket.
There we go.
Wow, we are moving along.
So silver bracket, we are going to get to watch what looks like will be the championship of the silver bracket. Brian Old and Stu Fox. And that will be a good appetizer for the rest of the day. I think it's a good time to use the facilities.
All right, so we're back. Joined here by Mr. Adam Kramer, Freaky Friday, Throwback Thursday video guy himself.
Yes. Yes, and we are looking at a hugely important match.
Wow, 53,000 shot points.
Not bad, not bad. Let's spam this link out again.
Hey, Steve, do you want to switch Stu Fox to machine 6? Are they already checked in? I can't see him yet. You think so? Wait, no, I don't think they have. They haven't swiped yet. Yeah, he's about to log in.
Brian Old, have you guys started yet? No? You guys play on 5 and Stu play on 6.
All right, so we're doing some match rearranging here.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna,
what machine you on?
we're gonna get our silver bracket championship game.
6 started yet?
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. 4 would be cool. 4 would be cool.
Stu, you guys play on 4. Play machine 4. They want to see your face.
Yeah, you guys are going to be able to see some Stu Fox face.
I do, unfortunately. Do you? Is it bent? I'm just seeing the ground on that one.
All right, so we're all tied up here, hole 14, and if I remember correctly from bracket, the winner plays Brian Bernhardt. The winner of this match plays Brian Bernhardt, and again, everyone seems to be landing on Teal Gardens for their matches.
Yeah, not a lot of Ruby.
It's got a labeling and stuff.
And as you can start to see behind Andy and Paul, a pool of players who are no longer playing in the tournament, staying here, sticking around, supporting their friends, and enjoying everyone's love for Golden Tee.
Let us know if you guys can hear us. Some of you are saying we might have lost sound. We turned sound off for a little bit as we were getting matches ready. So let us know if you can hear us. And share this link if you can hear that. We should probably talk then to make sure they can hear us.
Yeah, so, well, you got to remember, we're delayed a few, too, so I think they might have only turned it down.
I will say something then. Say something. Andy Fox, by the way, like you mentioned earlier, our top 4 Worlds participant, top 4 finisher last year.
Still holding strong
alive
here.
and kicking. Okay, good. We can be heard now, so great to know.
Yep. Go ahead. Adam Kramer once again doubting Kevin Lindsay over here.
Well, I'm just making sure the commenters are happy. So all right. So after this, we've got or while we do this, we have a silver bracket championship match coming. Oh! Dozer.
Wow. Paul Taylor with a double eagle.
Double eagle piece. Somebody asked about flat green Freaky Friday.
Oh.
Is that a
wow.
miss? Sorry. Flat green Freaky Friday, I like it. I just don't know if it'd be a lot of hole ones.
Hole one.
We can do hole ones.
Wow, so not only did Paul Taylor hit a double eagle on that last hole to be up 1 stroke, Andy Fox, flustered, unfortunately missed his putt. So Paul Taylor is up 2 strokes going into 16, and as we saw with the Burnsy Venomous match, these are not hard.
That is a daily mentality there.
Absolutely.
That's a shot he's hit on the daily probably a few thousand times. And
this is going to be tough for Fox to come back. These are not tough setups over these next 2 holes.
Yeah, it is. It's true. At least the next hole, there's a
giant bell.
Yeah, among other things. That's a really good shot.
See, that's where the super spin right there would have been perfect. Super backspin right into the hole.
All right, so we are seeing they're getting the silver match going, it looks like. In the meantime, Paul Taylor is trying to hang on to a lead here, and interesting mentality-wise. Another guy going to the right rather than the left of the bell. Ooh,
wow.
That'll do.
That went from could be bad to almost good to wow. That was lucky. That was a good shot.
Hella fulls from Greg Kinsler on the Paul Taylor shot.
Fulls for days.
Settle.
Wow.
All right. So, assuming
unfortunate turn of events.
Catastrophe. That's a good chip. we've got another winner here.
Yeah, and our
in
top
Mr.
4
Paul Taylor.
from the 2016 World Championship
Out.
have all been eliminated.
Out. So, okay, our silver championship is going on as we wrap things up here.
Now, very interesting full shot. I'm not exactly sure how this man does it, but wow.
Whatever. Unbelievable. That is some
Whatever he
creativity.
needs.
Holy cow. That's just fascinating.
Don't worry, Kins. We'll talk after the tournament. We'll make sure to get you that.
Oh, Greg Kinsler. Very, very nice. All right, Paul Taylor dropping another 30.
Paul Taylor is he's a hole-making 30 shooting machine right now.
Andy Fox, great run. Another great tournament for him. Very, very good run. And now we are going to see
We're
what's
going
going
to
on
switch over
in
to the silver final right now. That
There we go.
means Paul Taylor plays
Thank you,
Brian
Mr. Richard
Bernhardt
King.
in the next match of Gold Bracket.
Gold bracket. All right, so silver final now.
Now, it looks like that the silver final is on a look that we have not seen yet here. Only 5 players in this contest, so it's refreshing to see a new challenge for these
Still no
guys.
Ruby for those who want Ruby. But
But if you want to play Ruby Rock, you could always fire up a game yourself and play Ruby all night.
On machine 2, Mark Stenmark, Joe Macera. On machine 5,
wow.
Brian Bernhardt, Paul Taylor.
All right, no issues here on the tee shot. I like it when you can just blast over everything.
Oh, I love that when you don't have to worry about
You don't
threading
have
the
to worry,
needle
no.
of that small strip.
Fox is mortal from Desmond, and I agree. You know, Andy has like just that. He just turns it on. I mean, he's a great player no matter when, but in tournaments specifically, man, that guy is really, really tough. Hi, Mark. Mark Stenmark walking by to grab. What was he grabbing?
Oh, some headphones. Changing up the headphones, but I appreciate him gracing us with his appearance.
So, wait,
before.
he's going to a different set of headphones?
I'm not exactly sure.
This is a development. BCS points out Paul Taylor's scores, 28, 29, 29, 28, 29, 30. And he qualified like a monster.
It's a monster mash.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
could really
that's-
use a soft drink.
Yeah.
I don't know who I could identify for one right now, though. Thank you. All right, we're back. Soft drinks are ordered. Oh, long putt here. Checking out the trackball.
Oh,
Gopher.
barely. Gopher.
Go get that ball, Gopher.
You go, friend.
Go, friend. That's
This is what you knew was going to happen when you recommended me
guess.
for a job. So
I just never thought it would come so soon. Now this is a good look here to get it like close, and that's a good shot. Let's see. On the other, we're looking at other cabinets. I think we have the consolation match for the silver that's going to be taking place as well. And I don't know. Are they ready to go with King of the Hill?
yeah.
Oh, thanks. Okay, we should switch it up. We're going to go for
All right,
silver.
so we're going to go over back to the gold bracket. We've got the King of the Hill match going on right now. Mark Stenmark from Houston, Texas, taking on Joseph Massaro from St. Louis. The winner of this match will need to be defeated twice by the loser bracket finalists to be eliminated. So Mark Stenmark, if Mark Stenmark wins, whoever comes up from the loser side needs to defeat him twice before they can become world champion. So definitely an advantage when you blow through the bracket and you defeat everybody in your path. Definitely an advantage there.
Yeah, there's no question. I still want to know if Stenmark changed headphones. What that is all about.
Yeah, I was not sure what that was about.
This is a big deal, this match. It's JoJo has kind of been on the cusp of becoming one of those players, and this will change that. He's a great player and a daily machine, but this, I think, all of a sudden the conversation around him as a Golden Tee player changes as well.
And once again, no Ruby Rock. No love for the Rock, and I believe Dwayne Johnson would be pretty sad at that.
That's also terrible.
I know. I'm just throwing him out there now just to
make me uncomfortable?
Absolutely. Almost as uncomfortable as some of our Uber rides.
Oh, God. I didn't even have a seat today. I didn't. There was no seat. It was just a floor.
All right, so
chiropractor will be happy.
Seems like JoJo and Mark Stenmark have a little bit of a different club set here. JoJo having a 7-bird. Now, I just want to point out that Charles Porter replied on Twitter, "Great commentary. You guys are hilarious." So, shout out to Adam Kramer for his great commentary.
And Kevin Lindsay.
Thank you, sir.
This is a group effort.
I think we need to just start doing commentary around the office, too.
Oh, just commenting on people going to get coffee. And not
JoJo, this is the battle of the headphones.
I'll say this, looking at JoJo, he looked loose today. He's another guy kind of like in that Burnsy mold that's getting hot. And Stenmark now, good shot. This is a good look at it. Now, this is Stenmark. When you look at him, he's got that, he's locked in. They've been locked in all weekend. Even though he hasn't played, he looks fantastic.
Well, his Golden Tee game also looks really good.
Both. And one of these guys might get their head in the game.
What's that?
Speaking of looks, one of these guys could be
in the Golden Tee 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, so another quick rundown here. The Golden Tee, the 2017 Golden Tee World Champion will have their face in the game come 2018 in the fall.
You know, the other thing, too, they designed their own club set. We're doing a champion set this year. They can pick the clubs. I just saw the artwork for it already. They're designing their own club set. It's going to be awesome.
It's like you took the words right out of my mouth.
I did.
But they're also going to get to design their very own Freaky Friday, which will be
I'm
very
a little worried
interesting.
about that, I'll be honest. All right.
What's the worst that these guys could do?
No, it's true. It's, oof. Oh, man. Wrong bounce. All right, so what do you predict will be the winning score here?
I think we're going to see another. I have a feeling we might see 230s here.
I actually agree
taking
with you.
A sudden death 230s.
I think this is a really interesting look too. This is a nice look. I could see someone burning the hole here. So, up and over.
Yeah, we saw this earlier
could be
too.
Close.
And just
That's a
the
good
finesse,
shot.
just finessing the trackball like nobody's business.
Six-wood. Kind of a monster six-wood. Just push it a little left.
It was a good shot, though. Just
Yeah.
like you said, a little left, and I would not have hit the 6 there. I would have soft a 5. But
Yep.
Mark Stenmark clearly in his
He
element.
knows. He knows. 30-31 is the prediction from Barron in the game.
Thank you to Corey as well for a shout out on our commentary. We also would love to hear Bill Murray on commentary. We're going to have to work that out for next year. We'll get a hold of him on social media, see what we can work out.
That sounds like it's
I
right
think
in
I
the
know a
wheelhouse
guy.
of the budget. Oh, there you go.
Wow. Sorry,
There
I
you
could
go.
not scream. I was drinking my Coke.
Joe.
nails the whole 5 par 3.
All right, now Stenmark needs an answer.
We might just see one.
No, you absolutely could. He's sticking. I mean, he's
And now
sizing this up.
he's
long way to go, though.
Absolutely.
long way to go. And again, he's a guy that can come up with a shot.
wow. Definitely interesting.
Wow.
Interesting take at it, but Joe Massaro with the hole out on hole 5, and he's 1 stroke ahead already. But as we've seen in countless matches, being up a stroke early on or even later in the match does not mean anything.
Mark's been in this situation and all sorts of things. By the way, looking at the silver bracket, just an update there. They're on hole 14.
Yep.
Stu
Stu Fox
Fox
with a -20.
It's almost like you took the words out of my mouth.
How does it feel?
Do we have an update on the other score, though? Because this is just kind of hanging. Stu, can you please play
Stop
faster?
waiting, making us wait. Oh, Stu with a great shot. You're welcome for
Right,
the shout out, Stu. Stu -20 after 13, and they are tied. They're tied with -20.
Okay. Ooh. They're throwing some darts in that game, it looks like, too.
Darts are being thrown everywhere.
That looks like a good-looking ball there. Oh, man.
Those red ball.
Build the ball.
Build the ball.
Caddy
Golden
out.
tee caddy out.
I don't know why Mark is shaking his head now. Did you see that? It's kind of interesting.
No, I did
Maybe
not.
he's trying to size it up. Maybe he doesn't like the distance. He's got a unique playing style, too.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, so he's getting aggressive early, but he can.
I don't know.
Now, but this is the part of his game. This is the part where if you're not playing a lot, now granted,
This chip, as simple as it may seem, it is nerve central.
he got it.
Ooh.
Not exactly with a ton of authority, but good enough.
Yep, you can check out the updated bracket at goldentee.com. We will try to paste a link to it and
There's
as
one
soon as
right
we
there.
can.
Thank you, BCS.
Oh, thank you to the BCS. Oh, did you just say that?
I did.
It's kind of hard to hear and hear it's electric in this building, and it's kind of hard to hear, and we're sitting right next to each other.
And Steve Sobel has actually stopped yelling
That is true.
temporarily. I think this is going to get close. I think
Absolutely.
this is going to be great shot points ahoy.
It's the 9 wood. Anything can happen when you pull out the 9.
Nope, you just missed. Good distance, but
You know,
Just
we saw
missed.
that earlier with his approach shot on the drivable par 4, just a little bit to the left, perfect distance, just a little bit to the left. So he's right on that mark. Now JoJo,
not great. Yeah,
probably low T9 here. He's in between clubs a little bit.
yeah. It's looks like that's exactly what he is. And that,
Ooh, short.
okay,
But I mean, that's
Should
okay.
be
That's
fine.
a simple putt.
But if I mark now, I probably, I don't know. I may not low tee this actually, but it looks like he's
No, it looks like he's not. Oh,
good shot.
wow. A great approach shot by Stenmark here on hole 8.
All right, clean, no issues. Oh, somebody just putted off the green in our silver bracket championship match, and oh
Wow.
boy! All right, we've got fireworks going on here. It looks like Stu Fox is in really good position as we round that up. They're on hole 16. Looks like Brian Oldie hit the kind of the awning around the on the green and then knocked out. So Stu Fox now 24-20 is up. Rodney Bradlitz is sitting at the bar. It looks like eating a food item with Jim Zielinski. And I think that's where his comfort zone is, and God bless him for it. If they have mozzarella sticks here, that man has had them.
He's been stolen by the sticks.
Man loves mozzarella sticks. All right, back to this, however. Again, I'm going to call my great shot. Yeah, great shot.
There's a beautiful shot potential. No, there's a hole. There's a hole out almost right there. Now, the irony is I've been seeing a lot of these players using Andy Hos face on their character. And one of these guys could have their very own face if they win a few more matches and become the Golden Tee World Champion.
Absolutely. All right, this is an interesting look here. Big old high 9-wood around. Not an easy shot, but nothing that should.
Nothing to get too
worried about. I think this is kind of like a wash hole, to be honest. That these guys will knock it on, and probably make their putts. Not a problem hole, but not like a great opportunity spot either.
Yeah, you want to get a little. You want a little bit closer than that, but not a big.
It's fine.
Not a big issue. Wow. Stu Fox nails his approach shot on 18 of the silver bracket.
So that's it. Stu Fox is your silver bracket champion. Congrats to Stu. Wow. And here we are back at our King of the Hill match. You're clapping your herring is, I think, the Stu Fox celebration. Let it begin. That's $1,500. Not too shabby.
That's some dangerous Vegas money.
I can do things with that out here.
Legal and illegal. Now this is actually, I really like Stenmark's shot. You know, you hit it out of the rough, you take away a little bit of that spin, and kind of just with that up 6, you let it trickle down towards the hole.
A little deep, but fine.
Yeah, but hitting those woods, you're not getting as much spin, and I think that's what happened right there with JoJo. Wow.
All right, this is a good look here. Bring Tim Glenn. We'll see if we can get some players on here in a little bit, actually. I haven't seen much guys. I think they're out and about playing games right now or watching these games. Tim Glenn had the microphone in his hand the other night and made the most of it. I will say that. Kevin is hoping not for celebrity commentators, so he doesn't have to leave.
Absolutely. I actually was planning on...
Is that why you're being silent about...
No, I was just focusing on JoJo's approach shot. I am a celebrity, so I am going to stay.
That's, I would say, debatable.
Absolutely.
But it's not even debatable. Man.
Wow, another great shot on hole 12. But, you know, the nice thing, it's disappointing for Mark that he's still down a stroke, but the nice thing is
it's only
he's
a stroke.
got... Well, it's only a stroke, and he's got 6 holes left. Interesting look, kind of opposite pin placement and wind.
It's kind of interesting. There's been a lot of holes that have been not terrible, but hard to really pick up a stroke if you're Mark. But that's not an easy putt. Not a gimme by any means with the water in the backdrop, too. We've seen.
But when you're up one, you got to play it like that.
Mm-hmm. Now, cutting back into it. That's a pretty good ball.
A little bit closer.
Yeah, and it's a little bit better with the green, too. It's a long right 7. Great putt. All right, clean there as well. So JoJo, one better. A lot of different options here. This is a nice clean look at it though. Long distance, but good. This is where Mark may try to knock it up there a bit to give him a little bit more, shorter shot. That's fine.
But again, especially with that up 7 green, you're going to lose a lot of the spin, especially with his super spin clubs. You're going to lose a lot of that spin. And
it's good. It will react fine.
Yeah, it'll be a better reaction, I think, for somebody who's chasing a stroke.
Uh-oh. All right. That's not. That's a chip he should make, but certainly one
but
he probably didn't have to expect to have.
Yeah,
so.
Not a gimme at all.
We are not hiring Adam Sandler, for the record, in the comments. I don't. It's an interesting tie together, though.
It is.
All right. Big chip.
That 7 bird seems to be working for her.
JoJo's reaction, just overwhelming relief, and I can't blame him. This is a fascinating setup here as well. You could see a shot swung one way or another.
High 3 wood over.
Nice shot. Tough putt, good
tough
shot.
putt. But it puts, you're getting down to the wire here, it puts some pressure on Stenmark to be able to do that same thing.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I've never seen that shot.
I haven't either.
And I have watched a lot of tournament action over these last couple months of the 2017 courses.
Wow, great putt. JoJo, another one. Couple of chips, couple of putts, and this is a big shot for him. Wow, okay. Again, I don't know if I would have had the chops, but that man does. Or at least he used to have the chops. Does he still have them? He used to have long chops on the side.
Well,
he has the golden tee chops.
Now, I think this is where Stenmark can really gain a stroke with those super spin clubs.
Good shot.
I really think because he can go a little bit farther past the pin. And, does he not have? I thought he's got the super spin.
I still think he's fine. I think this is good. You cut this and you let it, you just hope you hit your line and let it bleed down. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, man.
Celebrity commentator would be terrible, would get old after 10 seconds.
Agree.
I agree. No, actually, you know what? Bill Murray, I think, would be actually.
I've got a Bill Murray story to tell you after this.
That sounds like
it'll change your opinion.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Anyway.
This is a tough look on 17. JoJo considering an O-bird down under these trees, but.
I would hit a driver.
Also interesting that he has 2 drivers and the O-bird. Usually you see an O-bird and a driver, and not or 2 drivers, not all 3. Low 8.5. Now I've never had any interactions with the 8.5. No, it's
all right. Uphill chip.
Not bad.
That's not terrible. Again, he's been put in a couple of these high volatility situations, and he's made the most of it. I'm interested to see what Mark tries here, though.
Yeah, that was a high 3 wood that Mark hit on that earlier hole, Todd. This is more the standard shot we see. Oh, wow. Oh, he had bite on it.
Great shot, though.
Wow. If he had that, if he was naked on that shot, that had a chance of rolling in.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Good putt. Again, another big chip. Uphill. He's got some room.
I think he's got I think he'll be okay here. This is not,
Great chip.
When he first hit that, it looked like he had more of a slope to battle.
Great chip. All right, here we go, up 1. And by the way, we had some predictions before the match of 31, 31-30. And we'll see if that holds true.
Oh, and it looks like as we wrap up this one, we do have another match just starting here. Brian Bernhardt versus Paul Taylor.
Okay,
so,
good. We got something to turn
Yep, they're
to.
running hole 1, so we'll be able to switch to right at the end of this. This is a hard shot.
Yeah, he would
You've
have
got
a little bit farther out. I think he would have liked.
But we've seen some guys lose some strokes on this hole. So hopefully, Mark, hopefully Mark can cut that 5-wood. It's not a big win. I'm very surprised to see a soft win like that.
Wow. It's a great shot. The whole turning away from the hole. I know it's the daily style. It just
Yeah, but that's
I don't
not
get
a
used to
Stenmark
it.
move.
I know.
That's not
I
a Mark
just
Stenmark
I don't
move.
get used
That's
to it.
very interesting. Oh my gosh.
No.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Silence in the room now.
Joe Massaro
Oh, my
just. Wow, Joe Massaro just put his approach shot into the water, and then he missed his chip. Instead of he had a chance to save this game. Wow, Mark Stenmark is your
Stenmark.
king of the hill, and Joe
Wow.
Massaro is out.
Joe Massaro is out. Well,
That
excuse me.
is,
Not out.
excuse me, yeah, I apologize.
Joe Massaro is in, but to the
Loser
side. So I have a chance to get at him again, but he's got to go walk it off. I don't know if Joe Massaro smokes cigarettes, but even if he doesn't, I think
And
he
if
should
he
have a
doesn't,
cigarette
I'm sure he
right
can
now.
find
That's
something
tough.
else in Las Vegas.
All right. So
Wow,
let's
we are going to switch over
switch.
to Taylor and Bernsey. My gosh, I don't know why. It just feels like there's pressure over here on commentary when you see those.
I don't know what to say in some of these situations.
Yeah,
We've had
there
three
needs
of
to be next time we do commentary, there should be a video feed we can switch to
Wow,
because
oh God, LOL, wow, ouch, holy blank, oh my, OMG, holy moly, just blew my prediction.
that is true. He ruined your prediction of
All right.
31-30.
Holy cow. All right, so onwards to another Juniper.
Yeah,
And,
Taylor and Bernsey. Now, where does this put them in
I mean, we are deep here. I have to make sure we're having bracket
Yeah,
issues again.
we'll double check
You
that in
guys
a
are
moment.
crashing the bracket. But I believe, am I incorrect in saying that the winner of this game will play JoJo?
I think so.
I think that's how
we'll
it will
double
be,
check
too.
that. We're gonna double check our brackets in a moment. I'm pretty sure that. So where does that put us in seating now? Mark's guaranteed
First or second.
first or second.
Mark's in. JoJo is going to have a shot at second or third. And these guys,
Well, no,
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
or
right.
first. Truly,
Right.
or first. He can get in first place as well. So
Now-
that's tough for JoJo, but he's not dead
very
yet.
interested to see how both these players, Brian Bernhardt making an amazing run, getting some lucky shots, and Paul Taylor just playing straight up great golf.
See, that's the tough
230s.
and that's the tough thing about these. JoJo played a perfect game for 98% of the time, and he overcut his forward, and then I think probably went up there with the chip, shook a bit as we all would be, and it just changes like that.
And that's actually a good point that BCS made too. It seems like some of these guys are rushing, not really thinking about their shot.
No question. It's hard to know if it's tilt, which I'm sure part of it is, or if they're playing fast, or if it's nerves. I would imagine it's a combination of all.
Absolutely.
But they play so damn fast anyway.
Right. I don't know how,
They're just in their
how or
natural
why you
habitat.
could get that much faster.
I am correct. I'm on something.
Correct on what?
I don't know, but I'm
Oh.
correct. Either way, I'm taking it and running with it. Okay, I'm correct with the bracket. There we go. Oh, here we go. Now we got a bracket that will load. All right, let's go down, dive to the pit of the loser's side. It sounds so mean when you say it that way.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
yep.
so
This is
Adam
it.
Kramer was correct. So the winner of this match you're watching now plays Joe Massaro, and the winner of that match plays Mark Stenmark in the finals, where we'll crown a brand new 2017 Golden Tee World Champion.
Yeah, it's been almost 10 years, more than that actually. I mean, this is an elite group. There's not many people out there that have a title, so we're going to add one.
A lot of unpredictability here
Yeah.
on both sides of the bracket at the World Championship.
So now these guys are trying to stay alive and have their say in all this. And Bernhard, after he was in a match very similar to what we just saw, where
on the verge of elimination.
Andy Hos had his own unfortunate mishap with chipping, and he's the benefit of it now. That's a good ball. Have you go? I was going to ask if you've connected with Bernhardt at all, and I wouldn't connect with him right now to see how he's doing.
Oh wow, I apologize. That was sudden death. We had no idea.
That I would not connect. Yeah, because we just switched over right after the King of the Hill.
Yeah, we were watching the Stenmark match for King of the Hill.
Well, there you have it. I wouldn't ask him how he's doing now. Heck of a run from Brian Bernhardt, though. My goodness. All right. So now we've got Paul Taylor versus Joe Massara.
Guaranteed third place.
Guaranteed third place. Not bad. Not a bad day's work for them. Winner, first place, is $10,000. Second place is $5,000. I believe third place is $4,000. So we are down to 3. What time is it? It's only 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Locally.
Joe Massara, Paul Taylor on 2.
All right, we're running it right back up here. All right, we are back with one of the final matches of the day. Joe Massara, Paul Talo are swiping in now. We are trying to track down Mouth. Please let me know if you guys can hear us, and we will continue to do work here. And so JoJo just lost the King of the Hill game to Stenmark in somewhat shocking fashion, I guess. And Paul Taylor's had a nice little run on the other side of the bracket here to get to this point. So, again, Juniper Falls, no Ruby Rock for those who have been waiting for it. But maybe we'll have it here in a little bit. Well, let's see how JoJo does here coming off the King of the Hill game. And we are trying to find Mouth and see if he can add some commentary here down the stretch.
John Tansel wants everybody to know that this is the loser science finals on machine 2. You just want me to call them losers.
All right, if you guys have any questions. Oh, sorry.
Stu refused pictures because he's got to change.
Stu Fox refused pictures because he has to change. All right, sound is back on. Desmond, at the moment, hold on, Richard is doing some finagling. What? Are you taking photo? What are you?
I told you that.
I know, I'm commenting and talking at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Mouth is definitely somewhere buying shots. Apparently he's in a game. So stay tuned on Mouth.
Yeah, I know it's for somebody else. Loser bracket? Okay.
Yes. Good shot there. Good solid shot there. And we'll see if we've seen this. Look at that little graphic come up. Why are you shaking your head, Richard? All right, definitely share this, please. We've got this match, and then we've got the finals. And Mark Stenmark is in the finals. He told us for months he hadn't played any Golden Tee, and now he's in the finals. So I think things have shaped up quite nicely for him, although it has not been uneventful to say the least. Good shot there. Close. $35,000. Great shot points through 3. Not too shabby. Table that we're sitting on is moving violently at the moment. And also someone just ordered bacon wrapped corn dogs, which is one of the signature dishes here at High Scores. I don't know the gentleman who ordered it, but he looks thrilled about his order, and I'm very happy for him. By the way, thank you to High Scores out here in Las Vegas. It's on Blue Diamond Road. Fantastic host, fantastic service, really good food. If you're into bacon wrapped corn dogs or vintage arcade games, this is the place you got to go. So thank you again, guys. All right, so we're all square through 4, and we're still trying to find Mouth. He's lost, I think, in the crowd somewhere. I did see him over there earlier wearing his arm sleeve, looking kind of sweaty. But we'll see if we can get him here to say some words. I don't know if they'll be good words, probably bad words, entertaining words, knowledgeable words, but also bad words. We extend here shortly. Baron with the we should see some great holeouts in this match. I would agree. Both of these guys have been all over it. And Paul Taylor has just kind of quietly been bulldozing the loser side of the bracket. And JoJo, before that 18th hole on Sandy, had been absolutely perfect. So we'll see what happens here. BCS, in terms of the video setup, they've been moving cameras around a little bit. I think they've had just a few tech issues. Oh, which is why I'm not sure why the camera might not be showing it. Scratch that. Room shot is coming. Thank you, sir. Richard the Master. Cheers. Cheers to you. What is that? That looks delicious. I'll try not to spill anything. Well, thank you. Do you guys have enough for everybody? Oh. Live broadcast. Cheers. Cheers over the electronics. To not spilling on the electronics as we do a little shot here.
Sorry, Liz, you missed out on that one. Wow, thanks, guys. Have at least a couple more.
Oh, that's delicious.
Hey, hope you have a couple more.
Yeah.
I will buy one.
Oh,
Buy 9 to that.
thank you. Yes, we are going to see the players here shortly. That was tasty. It was a lot, though. Whew.
What was it?
Throw it on. Washington, I don't know what that was. Don't know. We'll ask Jeff. There we go. We've got faces. Kevin Lindsay is back.
Sorry I was gone
It's all right.
for a few minutes. I had to catch up on some people.
Missed the shot, which is sitting.
I feel like I'm okay. I got to work after this. We got to break down some machines.
That's why I don't know if shots are a great idea.
What's that?
Shot is sitting like right in my throat, but it was delicious nonetheless.
Just swallow some Coke and you'll be good.
Some Coca-Cola. Let's be clear. Let's some soda pop. All right, we've got the live camera. We see. We are seeing him now. This is a really interesting. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a tough pin to get at. So JoJo is just off. This is a big putt, though. Ooh.
Wow.
And it looks like that's probably a putt, too.
Wow. No break on that fringe there.
Now, you see the guys wiping down the track balls. It is getting warmer in here. It's about 100 degrees outside.
Yeah, nothing is worse than slippery balls.
No, slippery
especially
balls.
when it comes to Golden Tee golf.
Corey, the winner does play Mark Stenmark, who now has to lose twice. I mean, if he wins a game, he's in. He's got
He
a
is
game to spare.
undefeated
Mark
in the
Stenmark.
gold bracket match play.
So that is a drop shot for Paul, but we've seen him come up with some fascinating shots already throughout the day.
Yeah, he has been breaking out the fulls for match play.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we've seen a lot of them too. We saw Mark. We've seen
Mark Stenmark, who's not a real big fulls player.
We've seen a lot of it today. I think that's a really interesting thing. That's a good shot.
Oh, wow. Jamasaro with the hole out.
So not shook from the match.
Absolutely
clearly.
not.
That's big.
That's a big deal.
That is a big
He's
deal.
up 1 at the turn.
This is a pretty nice look here.
It seems like everybody uses the 10-5 to go right over this gap here.
Except me.
Except Adam Kramer.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really easy, nice look. See, that's a valuable shot for someone to see.
Joe's up 1. I guess that's an interruption we can take because it was for Jim Zielinski, and when he designs the
Jim
courses,
wants to know the
he
score.
can do
Jim
whatever
will,
he wants.
Jim will know the damn score. All right, this is a good win. This is just a hard ball to spin back.
Well, yeah,
I like this club actually.
this hole and that slight elevation change really can mess it up.
So I like this with the hybrid. You don't want to risk.
But you have to jam that bird because that elevation change. You do not want to hit that hill and fly right into the water.
That's a little bit left, but that's a pretty good shot. All right, so JoJo up 1 after the hole out on 9. Long way to go. Paul, who's wearing headphones but not wearing headphones. He's sans headphones at the moment.
He's in between.
Yes. 10.5 all the way. It's a good shot.
Ooh.
Really good shot. That really kicked back hard.
Yeah. That elevation change on top of that up 6 green with the wood, that'll do some damage if you're not careful about it.
Oh man, that's a good shot too. All right, we have a bunch of you watching and commenting right now. We have at maximum 3 matches left, 2.5, counting this one. So share this thing.
Absolutely.
Please share that thing. Get your friends to watch. You're going to want to see the World Championship match here.
They should shake that thing, show everyone what we've got at Golden Tee.
It's
bad.
your bit. It's your bit.
Bad.
But your bit is the bad bit guy.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's
Everyone
perfect.
has a bit. My bit is
Somebody's gotta
trying
make you
to watch
sound
this
good.
shot out of my throat, which is still sitting somewhere in my
You should
esophagus,
follow it up
I
with
feel
another
like.
shot.
Yeah. That's probably going to happen.
Is this where we ask Don for a drink?
I'm kind of in between because of teardown, but we may have to have one for the championship game.
Oh, absolutely.
But I don't think we're going to ask Don. I think we have to ask
Scott?
someone down at the bar, maybe less bossy. And not bossy in a bad way, as in they are our bosses.
Yeah, ooh. Joe missing a putt, and just like that, we're back.
I just called our bosses bossy.
You did.
I did.
I had nothing to do
It was
with
a slip up.
You know what sounds good right now is some Chinese food.
I am hungry.
We're at the High Scores Bar Arcade in Las Vegas, so if you want to order some Chinese food and do Uber Eats to send it here, we will we'll love you forever.
It's I'm in. I ate the chicken and waffle sliders earlier. That was my breakfast and lunch.
It's a good combo.
It was fantastic. Chicken and waffle sliders.
I had
here
the
at High
breakfast
Scores.
sliders, which were
Good?
also
That looked good.
They were very choice.
Now this is your Kevin Lindsay path here. Again,
Except
that's a shot.
Except
to
I
me,
go in OB.
That's a shot that people are probably watching like, what the hell?
You know, and this is a cheap.
Oh!
Ooh, this is a super cheap plug, but I'm going to do it anyways because that's what I do. These are the types of shots that you learn if you have a home edition.
We, by the way, we've got some good viewership. You guys are talking about it. We kind of have in between here. We're trying to hit 300. I'd like to hit 300,000 here eventually.
Absolutely, because
but in the time being, this is a thank you all for tuning in.
Sorry, Don, we're taking the week off.
Yeah, 300,000 viewers will be pretty good. But let's keep driving this thing. Keep pushing this elsewhere. Or just open your smartphone while you're watching it on your computer. I'll take views anytime I can.
Oh
get
yeah.
it.
If you could be sitting in the
I
bathroom
don't
for
care
all
if
week
you're real
here.
or not. Yeah.
You could be live streaming this to everybody in the urinal.
It's fine. All right, so we are all square. We've got a lot of money on the line. This is a chance. Second place is $5K. First place which somebody will have a crack at, is 10K.
$10,000. I feel like I'm announcing on The Price is Right. First place is over $10,000.
So it's a big deal. Both have, this has been, we've been waiting to see this.
You see Paul Taylor, the look in his eyes, he closed his eyes and just thought, wow,
now,
I can drive this.
He knows it because we really haven't seen, we've seen a lot of Juniper. We haven't seen this hole really drivable yet.
I guarantee you, knowing Paul the way we do, that took a lot for him not to go for that because you can get that stroke advantage or you can lose a stroke really quick.
JoJo.
And I think Joe's going to go for it. And this is big right now.
That's
so
fine. That's fine.
I didn't seem like he hit it as hard
No,
as
he didn't.
could. But the chip, even out of the rough, is still easier to make than a shot like Paul from 155 away.
No. You'll take that chip. This is a chip I'll bet JoJo makes probably
and it looks
4 out of 10 times.
Absolutely. And JoJo has some form of spin, but I can't tell what it is on his wedge. But he's going for the 9. Ooh.
Good chip.
Going for the 9.
Good go at it.
Barely missed it.
All right, no blood. Eventful.
We had a chance there. That was good. Yeah, somebody should go for
Ramp
the ramp
anyone?
on this hole. Hey, I will crown them the world champion right now if somebody ramps it and dunks it in the hole for a home run.
This is it. I hit it. I almost aced this hole. Is he looking at it? Or is he just trying to line up his wind? I'm assuming he's just lining up his wind. He's looking at it a long time. This is interesting. A lot of thought being put into this. So he's going to go deep, try for a straighter wind. All right, we have some commentary in our booth here. Richard King brings up an interesting point that Stenmark, and we'll have time to talk about it in length, but that Stenmark, who's waiting to play one of these guys, would be a deserving world champion.
Absolutely.
I will argue that during my time, I'm not sure there was a dominant stretch of 2 years of Golden Tee quite like Stenmark's was.
Absolutely.
Like tournament to tournament was just, he didn't lose for like a year. 61 matches. 61 matches. All right. That's unbelievable. So it's fun to see him in here now when we didn't expect any of it. And one of these guys is going to get a crack.
Yeah, we're going to have to get him. He's going to graduate from school soon, and he's going to have himself a big old Golden Tee World Champion check. If he can win, if he can beat the winner of this match right here. Oh,
get it.
Oh,
get it.
Oh my gosh, JoJo just nailed 17, the par 3. That was a thing of beauty.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
Wow.
And look, and we are over 300 viewers. 300 of you got to experience that.
And you're not even watching this yet. You'll see it in about 1 second.
Watch the comments.
Oh, we're going to see. Oh my God.
Holy
bleep. Wow.
All right. And this is a very nice bounces up. Actually, somebody can get this really. No, I like this. You let this trickle down.
Is good, but yes, but
I think you can get this. Now JoJo is being smart there, because
he's up 1, but that's not an easy. It's not a hard putt, but it's not easy.
No. Man. I'm waiting for the comments that people are going to hear us after we see their comments. We're seeing the replay of that shot. Wow. And now we're watching Paul, who's trying the tactic that I.
Oh, wow.
That's a good go. All right. Good, great putt. Great putt. Great bounce back for JoJo.
Wow.
So he gets his
Joe
crack.
Massara with the hole-in-one on hole 17.
He gets his crack. A little rematch action. He's also guaranteed.
Not real crack, but a chance to win. Since we have to.
Oh, man. That was fun.
Yes, as Eric Nelson pointed out, that was clutch. Absolutely.
That was clutch. We're looking through. Holy hell, JoJo. JoJo, oh, what a shot. That looked good the whole way. I agree. That might have been the coffin nail. Clutch, sick. Oh, nice shot. All right, everyone.
Steve. Joe's got to beat Mark twice.
Can you do like a 2-minute break?
RJ Jurek.
Take about 2 minutes. Read that card, please.
All right, here we go. We are, let's share this thing.
I'll get it.
Great. All right, so let's talk a little bit here as we wait and we share this, which you guys should be doing elsewhere. We're doing the World Championship Finals match right now, which now the internet is going on me. All right, I think we need to get a cocktail for this match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's put in an order for Brad.
What's that? You boys are doing great. Thank you.
All right, sound is back on. We are waiting. It looks like we are about to start this thing. You see Stenmark in the back. Looks loose. You're seeing a little bit of the bar here at High Scores, which has been a fantastic host. We are now going to see Joe Massara and Mark Stenmark duke this thing out here. And they're getting ready to go. You see the group shot here. Mark on the left. Joe to the right of him. There's Richard King going to say hello. Steve Sobel. There's Wes. The whole gang is here. The only thing I don't see are the 2 drinks we ordered yet.
Did we order 2
I
drinks?
did order 2 drinks.
Did you give me a
I ordered you a Captain and Coke.
double?
Single. We have Teardown.
You know, this match is double elimination, so I think I'm going to need a double Captain Coke for this.
I guess if it goes to another match, then maybe we can do another one.
That's true. Now, okay, cool. So we're going to actually take a few minutes here. We'll watch kind of the crowd scene right here. Richard King's going to get some cameras set up so we can get some extra special footage of this match.
All right, so let's handicap this match a little bit while we wait and while everyone is getting ready. Mark Stenmark, I think Richard brought up a really interesting point earlier. For about 3 years, and it still clearly is one of the best players in the world, but was the best player in the world without question. Has not played as much, and now is playing for that thing you're looking at, the $10,000 check. Also, I want to point out the Hodgson-Zielinski Cup on the left of the big check. That trophy is an antique.
Absolutely.
The golfer on top of it looks like it's been melted by the sun. It's part of its charm. It had a ton of dents in it, but we've polished this baby up, and it's presentable now.
Absolutely. And this trophy has only been touched by a handful of people who have had the honor of raising it up as world champion.
We have actually not drank beer out of it at the office. I feel like it would be a risky proposition.
You probably need hard alcohol to kill any germs. Or either that or boiling water.
Yeah, no, but that is what they're playing for. The trophy on the right is actually what they're going to be winning. And so there is a lot at stake in $10,000. Plus, we mentioned they are going to design a Freaky Friday. They get their head in the game, and they get to design their own club set, which I'm actually really excited about.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
see
just think it's
what
cool. You'll
the
play
world
what
champ is playing.
they're playing, what set
You
they
can play
want
with
you
the
to
world
play
champ.
with. Yes.
Their club set.
What set they think that others should be playing, you know, and that's really, really cool. All right, so now you're looking at the game beforehand. Richard King is working his tail off here as he gets us ready to go. We've got Mark Stenmark and JoJo who are getting ready for from their match. Again, the format is this is double elimination match play, so Mark Stenmark has to lose twice. He's just, if he loses this first game, he's got another crack at it. We should point out, last year I believe, Andy Hos did win both of these games. Paul Luna was the winner's side. Andy Hos had lost, doubled up on Paul Luna. So it sounds like a tall order, but it
can be done.
It can be done. And look, you win the first one, the pressure shifts back. Is this JoJo's shot we're watching here, by the way? I think it is. This JoJo, the replay.
Oh, yeah.
Look at
this
that.
was just shot. This is how JoJo beat Paul Taylor.
Yeah, that was fantastic. So yeah, the doubling up is not easy, but if you get the first game, the pressure changes, and and the pressure turns. You could argue that this first game, the pressure's on Mark Stenmark, and then, it would be on JoJo because Mark has one to lose, and then the second game, I think, would turn to Stenmark if JoJo can get it. So I think it's a really interesting situation. All right, they are getting ready with cameras around the bar. Stenmark and JoJo are ready to go. We're still waiting on our drinks. It's kind of disappointing. Yeah. Brad. And hopefully we have those. We don't have those, right? Cocktails. Just waiting for that beer order. But Brad could, by the way, Jason Thompson earlier said, just sent me a Facebook message clarifying our conversation earlier about me having some Coca-Cola, that was going to be Coca-Cola. So send this thing around, share this YouTube link. We are getting ready to go here. Richard King is getting his cameras in place. I think he has them now. We could see him in the profile view. So I think ultimately we're going to get started here shortly. So again, share this thing out. All right. They're kicking it up here. Now, I would say this. I would love to see a little Ruby Rock. Yeah, a little live.
Wanted to say thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
This weekend was fucking awesome.
You guys are hearing Enzo. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, you're live. No, that's great. You just gave us love live. I said you were live. Thank you. Seriously, what time? Are you leaving now? All right. We'll come talk. Oh, thank you, buddy. What course are we spinning?
I don't know.
Hey, Ruby Rock.
Yeah, so all of our viewers out there who were complaining, a little bit upset that Ruby Rock was not spun yet on any of our live streams, you are getting your wish.
Did you hear that on it? I mean, Enzo, as we get going into the finals, Golden Tee finals match here, Enzo gave us some love. Said this has been an awesome weekend. He also used an F word, the F word, not a F word. But shout out to Enzo.
Yeah, absolutely. A very appreciative crowd here.
Oh gosh,
not only the players, the players, but thank you,
Scott. Gentlemen, cheers. Hey, cheers to us. Got our cocktails now, just in time.
Perfect.
And now we're going to call a match.
Teeing
all right.
off.
Windy Hill IPA. Now, that's an interesting first hole because this is one where you should be aggressive.
Absolutely.
And try and pick up a stroke
because
here.
worst comes to worst, you get in that rough behind the hole and you put it in for your birdie. And the best outcome is you nail the cup.
Oh, that's a good chip. That's a good chip. But
I have a feeling, I bet you a drink tonight that JoJo nails this.
All right, hang on.
Come on,
JoJo has been hitting some shots. One bad shot and about 25 unbelievable shots. And here he is in the finals. Good for him.
Including the one that got him to the World Championship.
I have Stacy says. Uh-oh. I saw a comment. I've yet to play a good game on Ruby ever, and I feel that. Okay.
Oh wow! I don't know how that dropped in.
Wow.
Wow. JoJo needs to brush that out.
JoJo, man, is just walking excitement.
Oh my gosh.
But hey, that's fine. You avoid the disaster. He looks loose as can be too.
Yeah.
Because I would be loose if I had $5 guaranteed coming my way, but I think he wants to win.
That's
this.
a lot of three-card
yeah,
poker,
it is
my
a lot
friend.
of three-card.
A lot of three-card
It's a
poker.
lot of missed straights and straight flushes like this week has been. This is again another really good opportunity. A little short.
This is actually one of the better looks that I've seen with the pin tucked on that left side.
Yep.
Usually you run into a lot of rock bounces that don't result in eagle.
No, this is a great look. I'm thinking great shot points here. A little deep, but
Like Adele.
Gonna squeeze one or two more in.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
squeeze
gonna
as much
not.
as I can.
We got to abandon that. I'm not even gonna do that's what she said, but you know what? That
You
is
just did.
indeed what I said. All right, back to the game. JoJo fired in. I think he had 2 hole outs last game.
Now I really like the fact that he moved his tee to the right. Oh,
I'm a little
I thought he had
surprised. See,
backspin.
I would do backspin there. I'm a
Yeah,
little surprised.
I
by
mean,
that.
I love the tee movement,
Yeah.
but you need to go. You need to be aggressive with that. You know, there's no.
Yeah, you got to give it a chance to go in.
Yeah.
But I'm just a guy talking about Golden Tee on a microphone.
Right.
But a little deep there as well. So getting the sea legs out, stretching the sea legs a little bit, getting ready for a big match.
So we're all tied up after 3, -4 on everyone's.
This is definitely
favorite
a potential swing
Yes,
hole.
this is a.
With the way that I didn't see where the pin was.
Kudos to Jim Zielinski for designing this hole.
Oh man, it's a great hole. It's
Absolutely. I hate to love and I love to hate this hole.
Yes, no, it's especially with this setup, when you have to hit a shot.
And the
Yeah.
wind in your face. I don't know. That's
really.
It's
That's
actually
really well
good
placed.
for this.
Yeah, no, I think. I mean, it's just you got to have that little cut, and then
you've got to avoid that rock. You can't put too much cut, otherwise
you do that.
You do that.
But
and you
it's
do
so
that.
easy to do too because your alternative is water. Wow, again another full. I'm surprised by that. I haven't seen Mark play a lot of Golden
That's
Tee
what I was trying to
lately.
say earlier. I do not see Mark Tenmark as a full player.
All right, little bird's eye view action. This is a big chip.
Wow.
Oh,
That
great chip.
Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. That
Great
was
chip.
a beautiful chip,
Great chip.
to save face
JoJo.
on that par 5.
JoJo is just on fire. I mean, just in fuego. Going about
Hopefully the
90
slots
miles an hour.
Hopefully the slot machines are in fuego as well tonight.
That was a really impressive chip.
That was beautiful.
This isn't too bad for this hole at all. You can, bend this thing around and maybe not get
No, I've
up
got to
next
be.
to the hole, but I don't know. Or
I have
maybe
to be
you go-
honest. I was kind of hoping for one of those tough setups where you
Yeah,
gotta
you
go
gotta-
driver in. That just makes it challenging. But
It does. All right. So now Mark probably maybe was hoping to pick up a shot after the last hole. Didn't.
yeah,
But no concerns.
slight disappointment. But it's early. You just kind of move on and.
Yeah. So
It's
we're
only
going to be
hole 5.
clean there. This beer is delicious. All right. How's your captain?
That's delicious. Actually, this captain is, since I seem to be calling him out all day, this is actually in honor of Brian Bernhardt, who made me start drinking captain. So go ahead and go wild with the comments
Thanks,
on
Brian,
YouTube.
for such a great hobby.
I've behaved this week, and I'm not getting fired.
Absolutely.
So.
Yet.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
Another great look. Another
See,
shot.
And this is one of those things where these tees cost cents on the dollar,
See,
and JoJo is playing it smart. He's taking those tees
but again,
and using them to his
bite
advantage.
instead of backspin. I'm not here to. It's not critical. I'm just surprised that
Yes.
he's not taking advantage of
And
a spin opportunity.
He's not using the super spin clubs, I don't believe, and so that's where I can understand using bite. You do not want to low tee and kick spin.
It's just the difference there, where you can get back to the hole like Stenmark did, even if you're not going to make it. has had no impact on the match. They're fine right now. Interesting pin.
Oh, this is. I've hit this in the water plenty of times.
I do
but again,
too.
this is just you and I.
Oh, look at him. That's just like 388 with a little. JoJo hits it a long way without looking like, and Mark's the same way.
Like he's actually exerting force.
Your friend Brian Bernhardt is very good at that, man. He doesn't look like he's hitting the trackball at all. And look at that.
Yeah, one thing you can't do, you think with as much as Adam Kramer works out and his big bulky arms, he flaunts in the office all the time, and he can't hit the ball.
I can't. It's terrible.
Ooh,
man.
Wow, close
Good
shot by
shots.
Stenmark. Great approach shot with that tough wind pin placement. You know, shout out to the 329 people who are watching live, but also the 22 that liked the video, and none of you have disliked it yet.
Now someone's going to.
So clearly our commentary is not that bad.
Now someone is going to clearly.
Oh, I know.
But that's all right. We're nearing the end of this thing anyway. So.
Yeah, so we're tied at 11 after 8.
Let's remind people
after 7.
what is going on here. Who you're looking at now. Giuseppe is JoJo. JoJo's got to win 2 games in a row.
Absolutely.
So clearly he has to have this one, and then he has to have the next one. And Mark Stenmark, who is undefeated at this moment, is, if he wins, it's it. He's the champion. All right, that's an interesting shot there. Hot Rod says you're in love with Burnsy. That's fine. Hey,
I mean, I don't know how to
just
respond
wear
to
it, bro. Yeah, I am. And
Oh,
he
you
got
are.
4th place.
Yeah.
I'm saying what you should be saying.
Uh-huh.
But that's good. Hey, you're like his
No,
protege.
That's my guy.
I don't know if he, that is your guy. We all have our guys. I don't know if I have my guy. My guy's a bartender at Brewhaus. Shout out to Brewhaus in Normal, Illinois.
Oh, JoJo. No, that's a no-go, Mojo JoJo.
Boy. I'm just at a loss. And now, though, yep, Mark's going to check out the deck after that putt. So.
But still plenty of holes to play here, so JoJo's got to make sure you can't be your own biggest enemy, and that's easy to do in these tournaments.
That's got to sit.
Especially
That's gotta sit.
when 10K is on the line.
That is, that's interesting.
See, I would hit a 6-wood high to this little bank of grass.
I would hit high 3-wood, or just do
to this
that.
spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
again, this is why we're behind the commentary table and not in front of the machines.
Rodney Roberts is commenting on my these golf shirt
Adam
sleeves.
Kramer is the only person that Hot Rod knows that can go from a Callaway golf shirt to a Torn Hulkamania shirt with a flex of a bicep.
My golden tee name, Baby Cap. Shout out to Rodney. Very critical of my sleeves. All right, so what do you do here?
I gotta give a shout out to Justin and a bunch of numbers. That's funny.
Yeah,
good call out of Adam Kramer.
This is a really interesting shot here.
Yeah,
now is he gonna try and hammer this with a cut?
Wow!
Oh,
that
was a great shot.
You do not get a lot of cut out of that rough, and Mark Stenmark just did it.
That is phenomenal. That's not a shot you see ever. To know how your ball is going to cut out of the rough and still get that kind of distance.
You'd think
that's
with
fantastic.
the amount of time we're in the rough.
Although I know Mark, and he's really pissed at himself for putting himself in that position in the first place.
Absolutely.
Again, now this is interesting. This is something we've seen from him. Is the offset is going with kind of the fulls. Baron wants to get you on more commentary. We could do that.
Wow!
Oh! All right.
We all in the room went from ooh ha ha to ooh.
All right, so opportunity, potential here. We're watching the replay, by the way, of Mark's shot out of the rough as JoJo hits.
Oh, that was good.
So Mark aggressive. Now, when Mark was playing, I've never seen someone as good as these chips as he is. I mean, it's unbelievable.
You know, but that's one part of a game he was worried about with this the hiatus he took.
Yep.
Yep. And so we're back to square if.
Oh. All right, the room is silent now after that. So, again, look, guy hasn't played as much. It's very quiet here now. It's very
it's creepy.
That's tough. All right. So
Desmond Burke has
I forget who made the comment earlier about quick playing after a kind of a mess up. We've seen it a lot. We saw JoJo do it earlier. We saw Andy. I mean, it's emotional here. I know it's I shouldn't say just a golf game. I work for the company.
But you are fired. It looks like we have a new director of marketing, folks.
Done.
And his name is Kevin Lindsay. I'll have to talk to John about that on the plane.
Man.
But no, I mean, you're right. We've seen a lot of top players make a mistake and not just kind of.
I'll say this too. You guys are watching it on the live stream, and good shot. They're having people stand over you, and I've only had this a few times because most tournaments I'm not competitive in, but having people stand behind you, it is very unnerving. Like, you turn around and you look at people who are looking at your every movement, expecting you to be perfect, is really hard thing to deal with. So, some love for them. All right, I hate this hole. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't like this hole at all.
Yeah, I agree. I don't mind this hole, but the wind is a killer, and the tee box is a
killer. By the way, since you said no one has given us a thumbs down, we've gotten 4 thumbs down. And we're at 41 thumbs up, but then we got 4 jerks, internet jerks.
Well, the best part about those 4 dislikes is they're still watching the stream right now, but they won't admit it.
All right, I'm in for that. I like the call out.
Thank you.
All right, so both guys are going to attempt to hop around. Good pin for the shot for sure.
But this wind does make it a bit difficult. If you put on just a touch too much cut, you're either in the rough or unfortunately in the water.
In the water. This is wow.
JoJo thread the needle there with that rock. That was beautiful.
Great shot. So, why do they take each other's putts? I think it's courtesy.
Yeah,
it's common Kurt in these games.
A lot of these guys have been playing tournaments together for
it's
6,
one of the cooler
years.
parts I like to see. It's kind of the camaraderie.
Yep, it goes to show you the level of friendships. Now, if he would have had bite on that,
little whatever he needs moment almost.
That fringe hill bounce with bite could have spun right into the hole.
That was close.
That was a beauty.
Would have been a little love from the hill. All right, so.
The trophy comes with my saliva from Greg Kinsler. That's probably the best thing we've heard all afternoon.
He ain't wrong at all.
Oh.
Sure.
Now this
wind.
This wind right here.
And also this pin.
This is dangerous. Yeah, the winded pin. And dangerous in a good way.
Oh, absolutely. No.
Because you can get real aggressive and go for that hole. But like we saw Stenmark on the par 3, you've got to make a good balance of it.
Stenmark wants to be just a little right of JoJo's ball. And distance-wise, you're 506, so you're looking at, what, a 5 wood or a 6 wood?
I'm kind of surprised they're both going straight at it. I would have went a little bit to the left to kind of get what JoJo has here, a little bit of a slight left wind.
Forward.
Because you want to stay away from that sand and rough. Ooh. Thought that was
no
some
bite.
shotties, but no.
All right. He's going.
Oh,
wow. All right. I do that.
Shout out to Chris Eversole as well, who I was not.
I know.
I just saw
Chris the man. World champion in the house. A couple of world champions in the.
And then there's Desmond Burke and others.
Eric Strobridge in the making appearance. What's up, Stro? All right. 4 wood.
Again, Ruby Rock. This is why you probably didn't see a lot of these games.
Day.
People were probably spinning as hard as they could to avoid Ruby Rock because of holes like this.
Well,
that lead that JoJo has right now could disappear.
Yeah, 18. I mean, you got
bounce.
a lot of different opportunity holes.
Jeez, this guy.
That's good. That's very, very good.
That's beautiful.
I think there's great shot points here, and I'm willing to put a call on it.
Okay, so
I don't know what
I already owe you a drink. So
all right, I'll play for another.
All right.
Oh, wow, I didn't know he was going full.
Ooh.
All right, so.
That's not. You know what? This rough saved him. That should have bounced right in the sand. That saves a stroke right here. If he makes this chip, he should have been in the sand with how hard that hit the hill.
I'm by no means going to be critical, because
Wow.
he's playing his tail off, but I'm a little questioning the full there. He had a relatively easy look. Clearly, it's kind of a new style. It's a surprise to me. I haven't seen him do much of that. The man has been a beast all weekend, but I'm a little surprised he went with that. 2 shots, though, not unconquerable here. And the good news is he's got a game to spare no matter what. But
And again, with the cheap pops here, we're on hole 15, the design hole, the 2016 design hole winner. And so in the next month or so, next couple of months, you're going to start seeing some of David Rhodes' 2017 design hole, the Old Mill. And from the discussions we've had with the art team, there's a lot of good ideas out there for this hole and making it playable in Gold 2018. So
shout out to Python, our good friend.
Oh,
one more Python making an appearance. Sorry I haven't texted you back, buddy. It's just been busy.
He just doesn't like you. And I appreciate the love, Des. Let's play money games in Chicago, my friend.
Oh God, there will be some of those. All
right.
So
you know, we're down to the wire here after 15 holes. Joe Massaro is up 2 strokes on Mark Stenmark, and he needs this because if Joe wants a chance at that World Championship, he needs to beat Mark twice.
Yes, and we'll make sure we send that, give those directions a little clearer next time because clearly I was butchering that earlier. But yes, now this is one of those swing
too
holes.
Many
though.
5-card poker tilts.
Yes, too many lots of tilt out here. This is one of those swing holes, and I think if you're Joe here, you need to play safe.
Yep, and I think he's going with the high tee.
You just hope that you hit the rough and then trickle on just like that. This is still kind of
and some really good points here by BCS and Mastro Oak.
Oh, Ben Zeinberg, by the way, checking in. Hi, Ben.
Oh, nice to see you. Both Mark's shots that he messed up were on fulls. And I don't know. We'd have to ask some of the players that play with Mark in Houston. He must be doing that again.
Here we go,
Mark
2
going
wide.
with the fulls. Oh, wow. That's, but he's got to get those strokes back somehow.
So
and there's a chance that 17 might be the hole to do it.
Great putt.
That's a great putt by JoJo.
Because that is not a fun putt if you sit over it in tournament play.
Absolutely.
As many of the good players commenting in the feed can attest to. Oh, all right. So we have a pretty significant lead now.
Now, if you were Mark Stenmark, would you just kind of play these last 2 holes and not care and kind of calm your nerves, calm yourself, and just go in?
I think, and again, this would be a
What's
good
the
question
likelihood
for
that
the
you
stream.
get 3 strokes back?
World champions past, tournament winners past in the stream. You go on tilt in a game like this. How do you respond? How do you get into your zone?
You're down 3 strokes on 17's not an easy look, but it's not that hard either.
I need to step out for a sec, clear my head. I don't know, maybe watch some cat gifs on the internet. Do something to
or some other videos on the internet.
Or some other videos. The internet has
YouTube.com/GoldTGolf.
Oh, see,
wow.
You just can't really think about it, and that's easy for me to say again.
Solid Bordeaux full references. I may need to set up a GoFundMe.
What happens if they miss their opponent's putt? Wow. JoJo's shaking his head.
Did that almost roll over?
No, he was putting it out of rough, and it just barely made it.
Wow.
Where were you on that one?
I was actually reading these amazing comments.
I know.
The fulls are closed. Damn it.
So, if I am JoJo here,
I kind of like the right one through the gap with a sharp.
I'm not
C1.
going over the water.
C2,
I am turning left, and I am just putting it into the fairway, and that's that.
Yeah,
or
but
putting
here,
it up
here's
near
the
the
thing
green
with
for
these
a
tough
chip.
par
This
fours.
is exactly what I'm doing.
These tough par fours, you lay up, and then you run the risk of hitting a shot you're not used to. And that's why I think JoJo went for it and didn't lay up.
No. You do that, and the worst thing you do is you end up in the rough, and you tap a little 8-iron, let it up next to the hole or an L-wedge,
and
and
here's
you're
the
good.
thing, he's up so much he could par the hole, and Stenmark would need to ace it to tie.
Yes. That's a great
That's a
shot.
good shot.
Unfortunately,
He's
not.
aggressive, but he needs to be.
All right, so I hit
That's
that,
all right.
I hit that putt a little harder than I would have.
Yeah.
But it's fine. This is fine.
And, I got to give kudos to Mark Stenmark and the tournament player and the Golden Sea player he is. Had a few bad shots, and he's all smiles. He's all smiles.
Well, Mark truly, his mentality, Mark is and I mean this in the best way possible. He's a killer. He's one of the most competitive people I've ever met.
Hope the NSA is not listening to this stream
But
right now.
he is super competitive. I think he came into this tournament with kind of the house money plan, and it's worked. And he's one game away still, even though that didn't go his way from a world championship. The thing is now, he looks completely calm. You got to wash that game out of your mouth.
When he's calm, he's dangerous. And it's ironic because we joked around about our for entertainment purposes only oddsmaker odds, and Mart Stenmark was still up there even though he had not played for a couple months, and clearly he's in the finals.
Yes.
Just lost game 1 of the finals match, but he hasn't played in 3 months except the last couple weeks, and he's here in the finals. He's walking away with at least $5,000, if not $10,000.
There's some chopping going on right now, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
There is some chopping for
now,
those.
Could we do some chopping of the face?
No.
We have a half JoJo, a half Mark Stenmark.
Well,
face
that's
in the
what's so
game.
cool about this, that even the money aspect, which these guys are probably agreeing to chop and playing for something, I don't think they really care. I think that you design a club set, you get your face in the game, and by the way, we're on Juniper. These guys are just going right ahead, which is great.
Now I apologize to those out there who have not seen a lot of Snapchats from the high scores.
Because what have you been
Quentin
doing?
Shaw, just for you, Adam and I are about to take a Golden Tee World Championship final selfie. Just for you, my friend.
Quick, because someone's holding out on hole 1.
Be my luck.
That was bright.
Beautiful.
All right.
Just for you, Quentin, we're sending you a Snapchat, complete with our Golden Tee World Championship Snapchat filter. This is a beautiful hole. Oh, wow.
Ooh!
This is the setup you want in a sudden death. But this is not sudden death.
Oh.
But this is an easy chance to get an edge here.
Just check the Mets score for the first time today.
How's that look?
Not great.
What's that?
Not good.
Oh, man.
Not good, Peter. All right, I'm going to close that. Forgot about that.
You are not having good luck with Kevin Lindsay pictures.
That's a good photo.
It is, but
A little sweaty.
part of you looks like...
I look like I've been drinking all day, which I haven't been. Just
I
part
can
of the
verify
day.
he's only had 1 drink so far.
Hey, look at that. We lost. We had 4 dislikes. We have 3 now. So
Absolutely.
somebody walked it back. Cheers to that.
Speaking of which, we are now in game 2, so I think I'm going to need some Brad Litz action over here.
Oh, we could probably do that. All right. So now, Stenmark. I think we were talking about this earlier. The prospects of playing on the same course over and over. I think he's thrilled to be the hell off of Ruby.
Yes. I think
really
everybody
do.
is. I think both of them. I know JoJo won, but I'm sure JoJo is okay with that as well.
Yeah. There's no doubt. I mean, it's because there were shots lost in situations on both accounts there. Not a bad look here. You're not elevated at all. You can maybe do a 6 release here. 6 wood with bite. You got like 3 different clubs you could go at here. By the way, it's tense in here.
Yeah, it is.
Should I get my Jim Nance Masters voice? Hello, friends.
He's approaching.
No, I can't do that.
Mark
Jim Nance
Stenmark
isn't drinking in the booth.
Approaching hole 3, par 3. He's got a.
It is tense. It is tense in here, though. It's been like a fun vibe all weekend, even today.
Excuse me, folks. Mark Stenmark has put it in for birdie. He's also put it in JoJo for birdie. And we move on from the short, simple par 3.
I don't even know if they can hear you. I'm going to assume yes.
Absolutely.
The internet here is starting to.
So this is actually a really good setup for this hole 4 because no matter where you go, you've got a 5-mile-an-hour wind at towards the hole.
Yeah.
Towards the hole. And so you got to wonder how many shots.
This is a
shots
good
are gonna
look.
be close to the hole here.
Corey Green wants us to give a shout out to his mom, Julie. My mom is also named Julie, so shout out to our moms, Julie.
Absolutely.
My mom does not play Golden Tee, but she
I have to give a shout out to my mother, who back in probably like 2002, maybe have played a game of Golden Tee.
There we go.
2K with me and my father. So
there we go.
Shout
out
all
to
the
the
Golden Tee
moms.
mothers
Shout out
out
to
there.
moms in general.
Absolutely.
All right,
I
so
said I'm sorry, Mama. I never meant to hurt you. I was too busy playing Golden Tee.
great
Another
shot
M&N.
points.
Another Eminem reference for you.
I got it. I'm just not even acknowledging it now. I'm just.
But
I
you
just
just did,
no,
so I
I
win.
just. I
Great.
guess that is. It's fine. This is fine.
I wish Brad Litz would look at his cell phone.
Yeah, that drink's not happening. I think great shot points here, by the way. Man, I've been close on some of those. I'm all
Well, I did call shotties before you, just so you know.
all the voices are a bit low right now, they say. I think that's because they assume we're talking in maybe our Jim Nance voices. Well, I turn it up a bit regardless.
Get the chainsaw.
Yeah. All right. It is so quiet in here.
Yes, this is probably the quietest it's ever been in a tournament final in so long.
Well, there's a lot at stake.
You can hear some movements of the track while people playing money shot and close to the pin, but all eyes, one way or another, are on this final. And I kind of want to just
that's
yell.
what's most impressive. The stream doesn't bother these guys. It's the whole magnitude of all this. And again,
Good shot by Stenmark.
yeah, I think
You guys are too quiet.
Lance outside.
You want the same thing?
Sure, yeah, that would be great.
Thanks, Lance Harris, for talking.
Lance threatened to fight me yesterday. Not actually threatened to fight me.
He was
Shout
just
out to
gonna
Lance
knock you
Harris.
out.
Later. Buddy, you know why. Because what trains are coming.
Choo-choo. Choo-choo, my friends. Choo-choo.
Shout out to Lance Harris, who played an excellent tournament, by the way.
Absolutely.
All right. But it is kind of quiet and awkward in here.
Yeah, because I feel like us talking even to these headsets is a bit much.
All right, so not a great opportunity for an ace,
But at least,
but an opportunity nonetheless.
yeah. But the pin placement is good because you can go for it. You can be a little aggressive and not have to worry about the water.
Jeff says y'all need to quit calling shots. Talk about a jinx.
That's why they pay us the big dollars.
That is me purely.
Yeah,
as the jinx.
I think I might have done one or two, but Adam is the big one here.
Well, it's not like they're going in the water. They're just not getting.
No, a few of them
Close.
have gone in the water.
A couple of them have gone in the water.
Earlier today, Mark Stenmark with the full again.
That's a great line.
Shotties.
All
That's a
right.
great shot.
So the full there almost works perfectly. But again, it's just not a style we're used to seeing. This is a daily contest thing. You all right? Because I can hear you just like it sounds like you're eating your microphone. It still sounds like you're eating your microphone.
It's a little warm in here, a little toasty.
All right. Little sweat break for Kevin. Now, this, however, is a really, really good look at this hole. We saw Andy Hos earlier in the day was right next to the dang green with this.
He almost made it too.
He almost did make it. And,
Interesting.
well, I think that's fine.
No,
with
it's just
wind.
interesting that
In fact, with this is really good. I'm not going to make any predictions because apparently I'm ruining
calling
it.
shotties right now. Oh,
We're like the 7-foot club. Like that's you know what I mean. It's like it's just
Absolutely.
not happening. This is.
Wait, we're talking about golf, right?
We are talking about golf. I am a 5'9". That looks deep. Wow,
Ooh.
but the spin club's for the rescue.
I love me some spin clubs. I honestly do. It changes the way you play.
Hey, the
for
winner of this game design their own set. Maybe we see it.
Yep.
So
This is actually. I've
This is
seen a
not
lot of
bad.
guys playing games before the qualifier in the tournament hitting an 8-wood, an A1 8-wood.
I would hit.
The rock, just like I would.
I would hit here. This is a really interesting shot. I don't think I would do the 8-wood. I think I would do maybe a high 6 and kind of smooth it in.
Why would you high the 6 just to get around the rock?
Just because I don't hit the ball very hard.
Oh, that's true.
But I like this shot too because you're going to get the ball to spin back and you can just kind of smooth it in. Yeah, that's
That's
probably the shot because you're giving yourself a chance to make it. Now, Stenmark has been hitting some wild and weird shots.
Do you think he's going to go
today.
for the full? No full this time.
Hammers it.
Wow, that is
That's
Wow.
a great shot.
Beautiful.
Good shot.
Wow. Mark Stenmark with a great shot.
I
there.
would definitely not get an 8-wood there. I'm going to be the first to admit that right now.
I would be in the sand, most likely.
We've got more drinks. Thank you, Brad. Thumbs up for Brad. Trying to spill on my laptop. All right.
Shout out to Brad Litz, 30-year employee of Incredible Technologies.
Brad's a man. Brad's got to tear down with us here in a little bit as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Now, actually,
sorry. Real quick, Corey wants to know what happens if you miss your opponent's putt in match play. The putt counts. So when you choose to take your opponent's putt, it's good. And I'll be honest, we haven't seen it once this tournament, to my knowledge. Not a single missed putt. If you're not comfortable taking it, you don't take it. But otherwise,
usually guys, I try to stay away from like 10 feet and farther. But these guys, they're so good.
Oh, gosh.
They're not worried about missing a 12 or 15-foot putt, and they know it's not going to make a difference.
I like to hit it farther away from the hole so I can hit my own putts.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm hitting it farther away from the hole. This is another
Just
really...
like I hit my ball in the water because I like the way it feels.
Yeah, exactly.
Cold ice on balls.
God.
Golden tee balls. Because you know what happens when I put a ball in the water? I've got to buy more. Through the
Correct.
Golden Tee Caddy app.
Available on Apple and Android devices.
Why are we whispering?
Shotties.
Oh!
Shotties!
Mark Stenmark
Shotties right there.
The shot.
Shotties. I called it there.
Shotties.
I did.
You didn't call a hole
well,
out. There's a difference.
Shotties.
Good thing we weren't betting anything. Mark at the turn, holds it out.
Easy for you to say.
What?
Nothing. Nothing.
Did I miss something?
No, you're good. Just excited to be here.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Mr. Stenmark
is up 1 at the turn.
I don't think my wife's here. Not that I know her. Just got to ask my wife was here.
Which?
No.
Which
I'll
one?
be honest, that was an awkward exchange.
I felt awkward for you. Which wife is here?
I have my beautiful wife at home.
Is she watching the live stream?
Yes.
If not, you're fired.
Yes. I'm just going to say yes.
Look at that. 361 of you guys watching this live now.
All right. So, Stenmark, roll it again. This is an interesting shot. The qualifier had a very similar look to this, and we saw a lot of guys overcut it into the left side.
Yep, and some of those ended up in the water by hitting it too hard, too.
Yep. So
that's
now
and match play. Mark
I was just going to say we've seen him do the fulls. This is a perfect full example.
Wow.
And that is just phenomenal. That is just phenomenal. That is a good fulls opportunity, though. One more Python commenting on your water comments. That looks pretty good too.
JoJo not one to avoid the fulls.
Well,
either.
that I get. That is a full opportunity that I see. I would never hit it, but I understand someone
Absolutely
that knows
not.
what they're doing.
If
would
there's
hit
no
it that way.
mulligans, I'm not going for it. This is a tough pin. It's probably the toughest I've ever seen this. Top left pin with a 12 at the 3 o'clock.
So, and not only that, so it's a little bit longer of a shot. I'm thinking 3
How much
wood.
would bet Mark's going to go for the full?
3 wood. Wow. I mean,
there's not a lot of green to play there.
That's just phenomenal. I mean, he hits it so hard. I mean, you can see in the screen, like, it's kind of effortless with him. That is the opposite of me. I would have hit a 3 wood. That same shot with a 3 wood.
Looks like JoJo's kind of taking his time now, because he probably hits a 3 wood as well. And does he go for the 5? Does he go for the 3? Or does he go? There's a huge potential with this wind to go right one. You go right one with a slight cut, not a full, but you go for a slight cut.
This would kind of mess me up after seeing Stenmark make this look so easy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, now, he's okay. That's okay.
That's all right.
That was lucky. Oh.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah,
JoJo.
no, I do this all the time, And you have different players in match play that react differently. You have some players in match play that don't watch what somebody's doing because you see Stenmark hit a forward there, and you say, I can do that. He didn't in a bad shot. He should have made the putt.
I'm absolutely one of those players who I try to avoid it, but if I catch something, it changes your game. It changes your thought process. It changes a lot of stuff.
So what do we have going on here? All right, so I've never done that. Have you ever
done it once or twice.
Okay, Mr. Cool.
Absolutely. I've done a lot of things once or twice that have made me cool. At least in my
it is
book.
Vegas after all. So he's going to sit back, and it's good positioning. This is a good-looking shot here.
You know it's a good-looking shot as well? Not fireball. Anything that's not fireball.
I went on a Sambuca rant earlier. I'm not sure if that was on the stream or not earlier this week, but no more. Fireball's fine. Sambuca, though. No more. All right, Stenmark.
I don't even know what that is.
Don't Google it. Don't ask friends about it. Don't listen
There's
to
not
anyone
too
on
many
the
things
stream
I'm told
about
not
it.
to Google.
No, it's this one is bad. All right, this is a great look too. If I'm Stenmark here, my mentality is
play safe.
No, I'm going at this
Really?
because you can go at this. I think it'd be fine.
Really?
And absolutely. There ain't no playing safe here. Now, granted, you're going to probably miss left if you're going to miss, but this is a great look, and you want to put it close.
But there is a rock that if you hit it too far left, which we've seen Mark do. We've seen him hit some of his wood shots a little bit too far left. That's where I was looking at it.
By the way, Kinsler's chiming in a little bit. If you're a little rusty on your cuts, a full is kind of an easy way to protect against mistakes. So this is interesting to Stenmark's mentality this week. He hasn't played much. We've seen him hit a lot of fulls. It may be his way of kind of adjusting based on his play, which is
a very good point by
Yeah.
Kinsler. I would not have thought about that.
That's great. I'm paying my tab right now. Here's my tab. $2,000 on IT's bill. No, it was $11.
Paid your tab.
Yeah.
Oh, breakfast.
Breakfast.
Nobody's closed me out, so
We're going to close this place down.
hopefully. So this is a change from the last time we saw JoJo on this course. Not drivable.
No, but this is not a bad look. It's just if you want to push it
depends
out
on
right,
where you play.
I would push
that pin's tucked. That pin's
See.
tucked in the bottom portion of the green.
There's a lot of different ways to play this.
I think Mark played it right. You've got an 8 wind to the left. The pin is down, tucked in the bottom.
Yeah, you
and
thumb it out
got
to
a
the right,
slope.
or you cut it out to the right, and you're.
You have a right slope, and that wind's going to balance the slope, or the slope's going to balance the wind really well.
I think it's. Thank you to Greg Kinsler, by the way, in the comment section on YouTube. I think that's really interesting insight on the fulls.
Absolutely.
As to why he's doing it.
If only he was here to tell us live.
Hey, Godspeed. We love him for providing insight.
He's already got his face in the game, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. One of these guys.
I think his face needs a trimming as well.
This is still a narrow. Oh, absolutely. This is still a narrow look, though. Like this isn't a comfortable shot.
Now, see, that's why I was.
That's fine. That's fine.
Now, if you're JoJo, you're losing holes.
So you are, because here's the problem.
But he's set up really well actually with the wind, 8 mile an hour wind at the 10 o'clock, I'd say.
The problem is on this course, 18 you've got to assume eagles. You've got to assume eagles on 18. So you're going to make something happen soon. Just write my check here.
I hope both of these guys realize the implications of playing in the World Championship. I hope they, brush their teeth really well, shave their face, trim their hair, because one of these guys is going to be our 2017 World Champion, and they're going to be in Golden Tee 2018.
It's going to be awesome.
And, worst comes to worst, if a player opts out, Adam Kramer and I are going to fight on the live stream for the battle of who actually
to
gets
the
going.
death.
Yes, to the death.
That's an interesting look here. We saw this earlier from Paul Talo.
Yep.
But
this wind is not set up to go all the way.
Pause.
What?
This is a good look.
But you have to be careful. That 60-mile-an-hour wind, that
9.
elevation change is going to drive that ball farther. You've got to be careful. You got to hope that you're rolling up to the pin and not rolling past it off the rock.
That's fine. Well, little kiss. Let's get my Bill Rafferty on. Oh, that's what his trademark is. You wouldn't know that.
No.
It's before your time.
No, I kind
Be
of
the old guy in the
put
group.
the headset on the right way so I didn't have to hear you as much. But
That's good.
Mark
And
Stenmark.
that is fine.
Wow.
Beyond fine.
Mark Stenmark, feet away from draining that.
So again, the way this course sets up here.
17 is going to be a deciding factor.
Well, and look, we saw JoJo ace this hole earlier in the day. It sounds like something just dropped something in the kitchen. By the way, really.
I once aced a setup like this, and I felt extremely proud of myself.
This isn't a bad look for Mark at all. If you're trying to hit the green, you cut it back
But
in, you spin it out.
6-wood, as many of our viewers know, is not the easiest of tasks.
I
Wow.
mean, that was a little dicier than I would have wanted.
Absolutely.
But that's fine. That's great.
Well, now it's fine because he's no longer hitting.
Now
That's
if you're
tough for
JoJo, this is tough.
You've got to go.
Yeah.
I would go 3-wood. Or, excuse me, 3-bird
God,
left.
I was going to say.
Yes.
No.
3-wood right into the water.
But
That's
so
what I
this
would
is
do.
the thing. 18, we hit on it earlier.
He's a master of the fulls. You go left one with the 3-bird, kind of cut it in, and then you've
he's
got a shot at 18.
This is a limited. I like that. Oh man.
Yeah, but with that wind and that left 10,
that's a great
that
shot.
left 10
I know. He
it's
needs
a great
to
shot,
hit it.
absolutely. But the left 10, when you're down, you got to get it closer than that.
All
That
right,
left
so-
10 just eats the
so
balls up.
what's?
Wow.
Yeah, no. You know
Yeah.
what? That's smart. That's smart, Mark. People
So-
asked about missing putts, and Mark
Absolutely.
didn't feel comfortable.
And this is actually a really good setup.
Full
There's a
McGraw
chance. Yeah,
here.
there's a
Yeah.
chance.
So he's gonna. I mean, so this is really interesting. He's doing it. He's going full, and that's just brilliant.
Wow.
That's just brilliant. That is just brilliant. All right. That is just brilliant. All right. Well, that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
JoJo, even if he nails this, unfortunately, feet away from the hole, Mark has got.
Oh, do it.
Wow. Mark
right.
has an easy putt. And so it looks like we have a brand new world champion.
We do.
In the form of Mark Stenmark. So congratulations, Mark Stenmark.
Hey, this is
Joe Massaro.
29-27 in the second game of a title game. This is a long time coming.
Absolutely.
This is a long time coming
for Mark Stenmark.
I'll say this.
He's been a top player for a very long time.
I am personally very happy for Mark. Guy has wanted this badly and has played some of the best Golden Tee I've ever seen in my life. And now he is in the game. We're going to play Mark Stenmark's club set. He's got 10 grand. And he hasn't been playing. It's been the theme for 3 days.
It's absolutely
We've been-
unbelievable the way he was able to qualify and come back in match play and beat these guys.
And he played a little different. We saw a different Mark Stenmark here the last few days with some of the fulls and maybe some of that, as former world champion Greg Kinsler noted, is because he was a bit rusty coming in because he didn't play as much. Guy didn't play for 2 months leading into last week and is the world champion. That is really, really awesome. That is really, really awesome. All right, let's paint the scene here. Actually, we have a shot of the bar. Why don't we switch to that? Can you switch to that shot of the bar down there as we wrap things up here? I don't know who even is in. There's Mark. There's some hugs. That's great. So here's what's going to happen the rest of the day here as Mark shakes every hand of every person in the room, which as should be done. Mark's going to buy some shots.
And as
we're going to take
everyone
some
else,
shots.
We're going to take some shots in celebration. Mark Stenmark, like you said, truly deserved this. Played great for many years, and
he's phenomenal. I mean, he's an all-timer. I mean, even without this, Mark is just phenomenal.
Mark has cemented his legacy in Golden Tee for many years.
Absolutely.
But I think this win puts him over to the top.
Oh yeah, no, there's no question. There's Danny sticking his tongue
of course, ruining every video shot he's ever been in.
It's unbelievable. A guy can ruin a moment this good.
Yeah.
but that he can.
Don Pescioni, our Vice President of Amusement, shout out with the orange Incredible Technologies
Shaking
t-shirt.
hands, selling games.
Kissing babies.
JoJo, you know what? That's another thing we should talk about. Joe Massara with a hell of a tournament. JoJo.
Absolutely.
Last year, I watched him lose a really close game to Andy Hos, and man, he played so well in the Worlds last year. I said, this guy's got skill. You know he can play on the daily. But I grew a lot of respect for him as a match play tournament player last year, and this year he validated it. Second place, there ain't no shame in that, man. That's a great showing.
Absolutely.
What should I be telling you? We should get together a picture. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to let you go here.
Yeah, we're going to round things out here. We'll keep the stream on for a few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to keep the stream on. We
We'll
might go
turn the
live
sound
on
off.
Facebook with some in-close commentary.
Yes, you should do that.
I need to use the restroom first.
Yeah, I do
so
too. All right,
we're gonna
guys.
wait to go live
so
after
so
that.
go to facebook.com/GoldenTee. We'll try and interview Stenmark. He's got to do his pictures. Actually, we should video him getting his head shots in the game.
Absolutely.
That's a great
Absolutely.
idea I just came up with on the spot.
We will we'll give you some live coverage of Mark Stenmark and everything going on. And you know what? We so excited to be here all weekend, to be here at High Scores Bar Arcade in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Shout out to Richard Ditton from Incredible
Great host.
Technologies
Great host.
for hosting us at his bar out here in Vegas.
Yeah.
The staff, everybody was great. Amazing run for Mark Stenmark, Brian Bernhardt, Paul Taylor, Joe Massara, all those guys, top 4 players. A lot of those guys, it's been a while since they've done very well in tournament, and to come back through the World Championship and take top 4, no matter where they placed in that order,
that
was amazing.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for doing everything.
Thank you for your
to
comments
support the
and
game.
your support. We love it.
We'll have a full recap on GoldenTee.com. Thank you to Richard King for the stream.
Yeah, Richard King
Thank you
put in a lot of
everybody.
work.
And we will talk to you guys soon. All right. What are you doing? What now?
I'm Kevin Lindsay, and for my partner Adam Kramer, we'll see you next time on Golden TV.
It's a fitting way for us to cut off.
Absolutely.
It was fun, man.
Have a good night, guys. We'll see you later.
All right.